Another star on my display, calling out from far away, calling out from far away. No one's been here before me now. I'll find a way, don't matter how. Through the dark and endless night, past the points of fading light. Every world that catches my eye makes me want to touch the sky. And I know that I was made for this. Every system holds another gift. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. Shots are blank and sensors clear, all these wonders drawing near. Let them say it can't be done, while I'm chasing distant suns. In my ship I feel alive, as these cosmic waves I ride. Every scan reveals the way to places where I'll make my way. We are all explorers at heart, born to push the boundaries of art. Time to rise, time to fly, beyond what meets the eye. Beyond. Every horizon calls my name. Nothing left to hold me back again. Out here where the stars are bright and new, there's always one more frontier to break through. Break through. I hear the call of distance, and I know I found my place. Oh, found my place.
All right, let's get started. Welcome in, Anonymous. Oh, already goes the nose. I'm heading back to Beagle. I think the new waypoint's going to be announced later today. So I want to be back so I can be ready to head out. I'm out, not real far. I'm only 72 jumps away from Beagle now. I've been heading back off stream. I do have 3.2 billion in exo data to turn in when I get back, plus whatever I accrue on the way back. Not far. Not far to go. So we'll see what we get. I probably will, like the title says, I'm going to expedite my trip back. I won't be scanning every system. Hi, sweet star. I've been good. How have you been? question mark. Planet I just left had stratum tectonica, so I had to stop and get that. I'm glad you're doing good. It's quite warm today here. A little rainy at first, but very nice day today. I have M&Ms, so life is good.
Jumping to next system. Frame shift now engaged.
I do like chocolate.
Confirming data for
I think this place is already discovered. But we'll check real quick. Let's see. No? Okay. Okay. It is discovered. It's just not mapped. Fine.
Through nebulae and distant strands, smoke keep purring by my
How is the kitties? The kitty's fine. Outside cat's fine. Both outside cats are fine. I just
stars are calling.
went outside a while ago and
We're burning bright, we're
gave her some more food.
no turning back, we're flying free. The galaxy's our destiny. We're riding through the endless night. Commander and companion side by side, discovering what's yet unseen.
But the inside and outside cats are both doing all fine.
We'll face the dawn.
They're fat and happy.
Body A4. 5 of 6 premium boost materials.
Horizon we will fly, forever reaching for the sky.
Let me see real quick. One of the cats was showing up on the outside security camera a few minutes ago. Let's see if she's still sitting there.
No one stays. The cockpit lights your silver fur. We're explorers.
Nope, she's gone.
Wanderers. Through dangers that would break the rest. We never
She was sitting by the front porch.
no turning back. We're flying.
Body B2.
The cosmos
Ammonia
messy,
atmospheric
you and me.
landable with
Nothing
life.
good there that I want. I'm not going to go down for anything unless it's really high value or I got some Recepta a while ago too. That was nice.
The bravest touch this void has
That's the only thing I really haven't found on this trip in this direction is Electricaea. But again, that may be something to do with the types of stars that I'm visiting. I'm only doing K, G, and F, and A.
every nebula we
I don't know if Electricaea
every moment
is common with those particular types of stars that might prefer M or something.
rising every time we fall. The universe is ours to claim. We'll leave our mark, we'll make.
Don't know how late I'll stream tonight.
We're riding through the end.
Might have a lot to do with what I find and how fast I get back to Beagle.
Discovering what's yet unseen.
One left.
Void has ever seen.
Where's it at? There it is.
We'll touch the stars. Nothing can stop us. Here we are. Beyond the horizon we will fly. Forever reaching for the
Ads are already going to start. Already.
sky. your mark across the void. Little paws on metal floors.
Body
While I
A.
learn to trust
Undiscovered.
the silence between the stars and distance.
Now we have 19 undiscovered bodies here.
Black, but I can feel you by my side. Every course
2 stars.
navigate, every risk you help me ride.
Probably 3 stars. I don't know.
Be brave when the universe felt too wide. You're pouring
No gas giants.
You're the reason I still fly through the nebulae and asteroid fields. I carry what you gave. Smoky Utah,
Only 70 jumps to get back. That's
reaching for the
I need to rush about.
that first
I can do 70 jumps pretty quickly if I'm in a hurry.
off the ramp. While I stood
Body
frozen
B1.
at the threshold.
Ammonia
Oh,
atmospheric
boy, more
landable
stratum
with life.
tectonica, most likely.
The way you faced each new
Might actually end up with 4 billion to turn in at this rate. Could happen.
lies, fears a choice.
Body B5.
Can cut through
Argon atmospheric landable with life.
It wouldn't upset me.
when the universe felt too wide. You
Not bad, 4 billion. If I make 4 billion in 4
Body
days. I
B7.
started on the
Neon
evening
rich
of the
atmospheric
12th,
landable.
so pretty good. Not a lot of stratum tectonica, that's why I've made so much money.
Body B9. Neon rich atmospheric
8 years we
landable.
sailed the cosmic sea together, you and me against whatever storms and rage, systems fail. You never let me lose the trail when the loneliness would hit too hard. You curl up close and stand on guard. Now every planet that I claim, I'm doing it to spread your name. They call me elite commander now, but you're the one who showed me how to face the dark and trust my heart. Even when we're worlds apart, your spirit rides in every ship that takes this crazy cosmic trip. And when new pilots lose their way, I tell them what you'd always say. That little sound you used to
Couple more.
when morning came and we'd awake to find ourselves in some new place, still echoes through this endless space.
Hey, we're going to go to B1 and see if there's stratum tectonica. There's only 4 biosignals there, but then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 things listed. But the Aliota and Concha will probably drop off. Stratum is not normally one of the things that drops off. We want to go to B1. Only 48,000 light seconds. Rambo the 13th has come online. Rambo gave me 1 billion credits. Help me get my fleet carrier. I deeply appreciate that gesture. Yeah, the stratum tectonica is about the only thing I'm going to effort on this planet. There, Concha will probably drop off, and that's the next highest paying thing. And it's not even 5 million base value. Stars over there. I assume this is going to be the daylit side over here. I'll just try to go zooming right by it because that's what I like to do. It's 173 degrees Kelvin average, so too bad. Ammonia. See if where the stratum is, if it doesn't leave us.
Body B1 has high biological value.
Let's go get some of that high biological value. Shall we? Oh, it's a raid.
Wake up. Probit_live is raiding. Forcing 2 victims to suffer through your stream.
Welcome in. Good to see you. I snuck in your stream the other day. I don't think you were playing Elite. Maybe you were, I don't know. This here is a raid. Yeah, I know. Tarkov, okay. Maybe that's what it was. Tarkov. Well, I'm just doing Elite. I'm on my way back to Beagle Point to get back up with the Distant Worlds 3 people. About 70 jumps away. I've been out doing some exobiology. You can't have my tritium. I have over 3 billion in exo-bio data, though, just in 3 days. Nice video stutters. Wow. I might have 4 billion by the time I get back to Beagle. We'll have to see. Man, these video stutters are awesome. I think it's ever been quite that bad. However, in my defense, my main GPU died, my RX 580. So I'm using a 1050 Ti, and it's not working as well. Well, once you've been to Beagle and you go out to Salome's Reach or something, catch a couple of sites nearby, you know, nothing to do other than to go sightseeing somewhere. So I just go off and do what I normally do. I do exobiology. I've explained that before to other people. Since the stars are so sparse out here, they're highly explored. You know, I mean, they've all been explored and everything. So you got to get to where it's a little more dense to find things that are undiscovered. However, that being said, a lot of the systems out here have been explored, but they didn't have first footfalls for exobiology. You know, people just came in and honked and scooped and mapped and stuff, but they didn't you know, do any first footfalls or anything. No PG. Well, you know, you can still go in solo there, or you can come into my private group if you want. But I'm in the FleetCom private group right now, but that's not an excuse, Commander. You can still go there. I'll take you there if you want. I assume your ship's got the jump range and the FSD materials to do the FSD injection to make that 82 light year jump. Yeah, well, I'm not big on group things. I'm a loner, so I just tag along, and if they do something I'm interested in, I'll do it. If not, then I'll just go do my own thing. I didn't go there to physically watch it, but I did enjoy watching some of the canyon race stuff.
Base value 19.0.
The SRV racing or whatever it was.
500 meters.
I like buckyball racing and things, so that's cool. And I missed the mass jump. I actually had some interest in doing the mass jump, but I was too late for that to get to sign up for that. You could do 91 no boost. I can make this without an FSD boost also, because my unladen is 84, so I just have to burn off some fuel. And since these stars are all scoopable on that route to Siloam's Reach, I can burn the fuel off and then just refuel at the destination star after that jump.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
I think we overshot there, don't you? Yeah, just a little bit. This video performance is not normally this bad, and I just rebooted a few hours ago. What the hell's going on? With the boost, you can get up to 365 on server side, you think? Maybe. Matt in Middletown. Taking your Caspi back from Colonia. You're coming to Beagle from Colonia? Is that what you're trying to say? Okay, game, let's go. I miss my RX 580. It wasn't the best GPU, but it's surely better than this 1050. Oh, I think he's bubble bound. Somebody said, in my chat, said that they thought the next waypoint was going to be in the northeast part of the galaxy. That's fine with me. If it's out past the Bell Nebula or something, I don't know. If that's the case, I might actually stop by the bubble and get my carrier. I know they haven't told us anything yet, but that's supposed to come out later today. Isn't the carrier supposed to depart at 1900 today or something? On the 16th? Game time?
Minimum distance reached.
To be determined.
You've
where
traveled
though?
over 500 meters from previous sample.
Okay, you're gonna play games with me to game. Okay, so you better best not. You're gonna let me land here anywhere? I looked at the Discord earlier. Well, they're not going to be able to dodge gankers. The gankers will beat the carriers to them as soon as they announce the next waypoint. And I know because my squadron has a squadron carrier called the Daddy of all ganks parked at Beagle. I guarantee that carrier will beat the other carriers to the waypoint. But I haven't been away. You must not be talking to me. Oh, okay. You're talking to Matt. Okay.
Sample collection complete.
I'll show you guys how much money I've made. If I can get the right scene, source, thingy bob. Here. See, this starts on February 12th until now, the 15th. I have 3.34 billion credits. That's not too bad for just what, 2 or 3 or 4 days. Not shabby at all. Not complaining. I'm not complaining at all about that. That'll keep my carrier going for a while. Also will help my purchase of a Caspian when it comes out for credits. Yeah, I'm gonna buy one when it comes out for credit too. I refuse to spend real money on it though. So Matt, do you stream? I guess you just said. Okay. Yeah, anyone watching, if you stream, feel free to speak up. I self-promote. I don't care. Feel free to jump in and go, hey, my stream's much more entertaining than your lame-ass streams. Come watch me. You don't like shout-outs? Well, it's too late. I didn't give you one. But you rated me, so. You don't need one because you rated me. Mine are fake shoutouts anyway. I just make a comment. I don't actually do the Twitch shoutout. How many more jumps we got? Only 70 jumps. That's nothing. Take my camera off so I can rub my nose and stuff it out. I streamed on YouTube last night. Last time I streamed on Twitch when I ended, I had 2.1 billion. So when I streamed on YouTube, I got over 3 billion. And if I wanted to, I could get 4 billion before I got back to Beagle, but I'm not really going to worry about it too much. Money is easy. Finding a green gas giant is hard. What happened to your internet? I used to stream before I got fiber and it sucked. I had just DSL and I could just barely stream at like 4.5 kilobits or something. Now I've got gigabit fiber, so I don't have any problem. Oh, you have Starlink now? I had originally got on their waiting list for Starlink when it first came out, but then the fiber became available, and I was like, okay, I'll just get it.
Body 1. Sulfur dioxide.
I've been very happy with my fiber too. It's very nice. They actually offer 2 gig, but I only have the 1 gig service. And I don't even utilize it entirely, so there's no need for me to get the 2 gig, I don't think. Not like I stream in 4K or anything.
I write these words before the silence takes me.
How do you like Starlink? I think it's a lot more reliable and better than when it initially, as they got the constellations more populated and upgraded things. Seems like it's gotten considerably better. I know when I looked at it, there were periods of time, short periods of time though, that the internet would disappear in my area because of lack of satellites. That was a long time ago though. I would like to have Starlink during the times, like I live along the Gulf Coast and we have hurricanes, and every few years, you know, we get hit by a hurricane and lose services. And I think, you know, something like Starlink would be really cool to have, 'cause I can power it with my solar panels and batteries and inverters and stuff. Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, with my DSL, I had 20 meg down and 2 up. So it was a pain to try to do any type of streaming. And if my son was trying to game when I was trying to stream, well, that was you know, no good. He never got to experience the fiber internet though. He moved out. In about a month after he moved out, I got the fiber internet installed, and so he's never got to play with it here. I don't know what he's got in his apartment. He's probably got fiber or something in his apartment though. Water World.
Body
Why am I
2.
doing this? Someone's
Needs
already
mapping
been here. There's no
criteria.
need for me to do this. Someone's already been here. Let's just see if there's any life. No, there's no life here, so. Well, oddly enough, AT&T was my DSL provider, and they'd been putting in fiber all around. I live in a rural area. The fiber was all over, but it wasn't where I was at. And the local cable TV company wouldn't run their cables out here for their internet because there's not enough people. And the power company actually started providing fiber internet, and they were the first ones, so they're the ones that I grabbed. And about 2 weeks after I got my
Body
fiber
A.
from the power company, AT&T put a flyer on my door saying that it was now available here. And I was like, too late. And it's been very reliable, very reliable. I've, other than power outages, you know, like normal, like during a thunderstorm or something, the power might flicker or something. I think we've had, in 2 years, almost 2 years, we've had one network outage that was due to someone breaking into some facility and stealing copper. And they cut the fibers and stuff, even though I guess they thought it was copper, but you know, they ended up trashing the joint. That took about 6 hours for them to reconnect everything. And that's the only time we've had an outage though, that I'm aware of. I guess it's possible there could have been a shorter outage when I'm not online or while I'm sleeping or something, but I've never had any issues. Can't complain at all. And the best thing is it's attached to my power bill, so I don't really see my internet bill as a separate thing, so. And it's always paid because you got to pay your power bill. I mean, it's a separate bill, but it's all paid, you know, in one payment. You know, they combine it together, so can't complain. I did not see if this place was discovered or not. As I get closer and closer to Beagle, more and more things are going to be discovered, so it looks like this is already discovered. But let's see if there's anything here. There's no first footfall. And it's a sulfur dioxide with 1. Sulfur dioxide with 1. Give me 2. Sulfur oh, it's already gone. So these could have... We'll scan and see if these possibly have stratum tectonica or Cerebus bacteria. Let's see what they got. If there's a chance of stratum tectonica, we'll go check.
Body 2. Meets mapping criteria. Body 4.
So what's special about a
Sulfur
Caspi
dioxide
jump? Are you talking about
atmospheric
neutron
blendable with
jumps, or are you talking about just
Body 1. Sulfur dioxide
Caspian doesn't
atmospheric
do
blendable with
anything
light.
super special in regular jumps. Okay, you're talking neutron? Okay. Now those are special. And that's not even close, though. That's a
Body
long
6.
way.
Argon atmospheric blendable
I've discovered a
with light.
lot of systems near Beagle. Much closer than 2 Caspian jumps. I heard it burns fuel, though.
System discovery complete.
Okay, we have
First
2
body to
chances
map is
at
2.
possibly stratum tectonicum on planet 1 and 4. It's either bacteria or it's stratum, so we'll have to go actually surface map it to see which it is. Come on, get the right scanner up. Planet 1. I'm going to take about a moment to map these and see if we can get stratum or bacteria. Most people that I know that have a Caspian like the Caspian neutron jumps and stuff. A lot of them are not real happy with its landings. However, somebody said that they heard a rumor that they had fixed the landing. Wow, crap. They had patched the landings or something, or made a change to that, but no one's confirmed that to me. As far as I'm concerned, for exploration, if a Caspian can't land in tighter places, I'm just not going to use it. I have enough issues with the Mandalay. You know, I bitch about the Mandalay, you know, not being able to land because some stupid pebbles down there. I love this Mandalay, though. I really do. Alright, let's map this thing and see if we got bacteria or stratum. What's the temperature on this place before I do this? Just out of curiosity. Oh. Well, this is pretty hot, so it probably will be bacteria, but the next one's only 200 degrees Kelvin, so it might be stratum. So let's see if there's a correlation here. I've heard some rumors about that. Yeah, it's really annoying with the Mandalay. I mean, I'll try to land and wiggle down or something. I can usually get it to fit eventually. But I'll like look, I'll go back up and look down and go, is there a rock or something down there? A zip tie?
That's starting in 1 minute.
Something? Did I forget to fire the second thing? Sorry, I was chatting. Ads are going to run here in 45 seconds. Sorry, guys, if you see ads. Yeah, the DBX. Every once in a while, I'll take my Cobra Mark V or my Sidewinder out just for the fun of it. The Sidewinder can land just
Mapping
about anywhere, okay? We got bacteria
Next body
here.
to map is 2.
So let's go to 4 and check there real quick. All right, Probot. Well, thanks very much for the raid and dropping by and saying hi. Appreciate that. You have a good rest of your Sunday or Monday. I don't know where you're at or what time it is there, but thanks again for coming in. Bringing your friends. I can hear my joystick squeaking, I know. Well, thanks again for coming in. Come in anytime. And don't just lurk, speak up, say hi. And I need to see if I follow you or not yet, Matt. Your name's familiar to me.
Me why I left the safety of home.
Let me map this real quick and I'll see if I follow you or not.
There's something calling from beyond the known, and I can't ever turn back. Through the void I'm sailing, past the edge of map space. Every star's a question.
I follow you now.
A new chase. I'm a stellar wanderer, lost in
Maybe that's where I saw your name.
Complete.
Okay.
Next body to map is 2.
No stratum here. Oh well. We shall endeavor to check the next system.
carrying my restless soul through nebulae and starlight, making broken systems whole. I'm a stellar wanderer. You told me I was foolish, chasing phantom lights. Said I'd find
I'm a big fan of ads.
standing on this alien world. Tonight I breathe an atmosphere beyond compare. Through the void I'm sailing, past the edge
Okay, it says the ads are over.
Data incoming.
question.
Primary star. Undiscovered.
I was just saying I gave you a follow, Max. I checked and I had not previously followed you. Yeah, I've probably seen you in StarCats stuff before. And we got 12 bodies here. It's undiscovered. No green gas giant. I streamed on YouTube yesterday.
Body 7. Neon atmospheric
I
landable
get
with
a
light.
bunch of people. It says there's a bunch of people watching on YouTube, but no one ever says anything hardly.
Body 10. Neon atmospheric landable.
12. That's right.
Body 5. Argon atmospheric landable with life.
Skedaddle before the local authorities. Blame you.
I'm a stellar wanderer, lost inside infinity, dancing with the cosmos, finding who I'm meant to be. Curious cat beneath me.
Body 6. Argon atmospheric landable with life.
Nothing here worthwhile. Anonymous, you falling asleep on the couch again? I talk all the time, man. Even if I have viewers or don't, I talk all the time. Because all of my streams I put up on YouTube, the VODs, and they get watched, believe it or not. You know, and so I'm always narrating what I do, or, you know, unless I'm talking to someone in chat, I'm always saying, you know, not always, but I tend to say what I'm doing, why I'm doing it. So when people who are watching on YouTube, you know, not live, but watching the VOD, may have an idea of why I'm doing
Primary
something.
star. Undiscovered.
Gets kind of repetitive, though.
Another system on my screen.
Well, the cool thing about Twitch is under your stream manager, under the content, if you go to the video, you can export it directly to YouTube. You don't, I mean, you can just click export, and once you associate your account with YouTube, it'll export it out, directly to YouTube and stuff. So you don't have to have a local copy of it and send it up to YouTube separately. Sometimes it takes a while though for it to get processed that way. It's a lot faster. You can also download a copy of it though. Sometimes I actually download the copy from Twitch and then re-upload it to YouTube. And that, for some reason, when I do it manually like that, it's much faster processing on YouTube. If you want to get it online faster. Plus, you can edit it and stuff if you choose to that way.
Body 1. Carbon dioxide,
Possibly stratum
atmospheric
tectonica
blendable
again. Only one biosignal,
mapping
either
criteria.
bacteria or stratum. But in this case, it's more likely to be
Body
stratum
5.
than the other types of
Argon-rich
carbon
atmospheric
dioxide.
blendable.
Feels more like home with every night. The final system's drawing near, but now
System discovery complete. First body to map is 1.
What is editing? My son told me I need, all my streams have like a 10-minute intro. And he goes, you need to edit that intro out. And sometimes I do, most of the time I don't. Mainly because I like the intro music. But sometimes I do though. I'll edit it out. Okay, we're going to go to Planet 1 real quick. First, let me make sure that I didn't notice if this was already done or not. Let's see if anyone's been here. Okay, no one's been here. So we're going to go see if this has stratum or bacteria. But I don't have to download it to remove the intro. I can edit it. I can edit it on YouTube. Once it's up on YouTube, you can clip out parts of videos and stuff. And we're gonna do it again. I'm just gonna act like I intended to do that.
through asteroid fields where silence.
But we all know that I did not intend to do that.
Bacardi, in a demonstration of piloting skill, has performed 108 loops of shame. Pitiful.
Where's the damn sun? Okay. I've done way more than 108 loops of shame. Yep, a tactical recon loop. I'm just strategically placing myself on the daylight side. A lot of times though, I mean, I'll come in too fast, but I will spiral in. I don't mean to spin, but I will actually spiral in to blow off speed. And I'll try to do it so that I end up on the daylight side. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I don't have to be on the daylight side unless I'm actually going to go down. Let's just go ahead and map it and see if we get bacteria or if we get lucky or not. 6 probes? I think not, sir. Because I have the super duper gee whiz probes. One of the best investments I did was get these DSS probes engineered from a human tech broker. Well, I nailed that shot, didn't I?
Mapping
Okay,
complete.
it's bacteria, damn
No
it.
more bodies to map.
Fine, be that way. What are we down to 67 now? 64 jumps. Yeah, if I stop scanning things, I could be back in less than an hour.
Jumping to next system.
And once I start getting closer and closer, more things will be discovered and done, and I will be expediting my trip back, and I'll get back quick. On my way out from Beagle, I kept running into that issue where things are already found and stuff.
Primary star.
Until I got probably about 1,500 light years or so away. Then I started consistently finding undiscovered things. Nothing here but one star.
Will you rise beyond the fear? Will you rise when death draws me?
However, a person in chat gave me a script to add to Elite Observatory Core that increases it, adds to its functionality. And now it will announce, like, if a star is undiscovered when I go into a system, it'll tell me if it's undiscovered, and that's kind of helpful.
Scan started. Scan.
Body A. Undiscovered.
See, it's undiscovered, and there's 18 bodies here. 3 stars. I found a system with 6 stars earlier. Make the star tiny so it doesn't obscure a bunch of crap behind it. We got a gas giant here too. Maybe it'll be green. It would not upset me at all to stumble across a green gas giant.
Calling me
In
further,
fact, that would make my year.
I can't explain why I can't stay. The stars keep pulling me.
Pretty much my major ambition would be to, in this game, is to find a green gas giant.
What secrets do you hold beneath your starlit veil?
To discover one. I mean, I've seen bunches of them.
What secrets do you hold? My heart sets sail.
I once stumbled across one in the wild that I didn't plan to visit, but it had been previously discovered, sadly. It was crushed mightily.
Spread across my dash.
I thought for a moment I might have discovered one.
Next big task. The ship hums steady and true as I drift deeper into the blue. The stars keep beckoning,
Not looking promising here.
like they've got something to show. What secrets do you hold beneath your starlit veil? What lies beyond? What secrets do you hold that make my heart set sail? Take me beyond, take me beyond.
I used to. Before I started looking for green gas giants, I wouldn't even look at the gas giants. I'd just go like that. You know, when I'm FSSing, and I wouldn't even give it time to render. Now I give them time to render. And Elite Observatory Core is supposed to tell me now with that new script if it might be a green gas giant. So hopefully I won't inadvertently
Body
miss
A1.
one.
Meets mapping criteria.
Nothing here at all.
System discovery complete. First body to map is A1.
New world spinning before my eyes.
I'm glad you got your internet
Making the unknown.
back or better.
Stars keep whispering now. Like old friends I've come to know.
Well, that's cool.
What secrets do you hold beneath your starlit veil? What lies beyond?
I was, I ran into an issue, I think it was yesterday. Since I had, you notice my hull's down to 98%, because I've accidentally been, one reason or another, knocked prematurely out of Super Cruise early. One time I did it by accident, and the other was I came in too steep. So I thought I'll use the AFMU and repair things, you know. And I did. I repaired everything that was worth repairing. Nothing was really bad. But I forgot to turn the sensors back on. So I'm like going, why don't I have anything on radar? And I didn't notice what the count was here. I didn't hear it say it was undiscovered. Okay. Also, my power distributor wasn't turned on either after I got through repairing it. I'm surprised I didn't run out of power or something before I noticed it. That could have had embarrassing results.
Primary star. Undiscovered.
See, I like small systems. 9 to 15 or so bodies I like. I can scan those pretty fast. I'm not the fastest at FSSing. And I hate scanning big systems because so often there's nothing there and it just takes so much time. We got high metal contents. There could theoretically be something here.
Body 5. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable.
I like sulfur dioxide, just I want one with 2 biosignals.
Body 4.
Another possible...
Sulfur dioxide
no,
atmospheric
that's
landable
just
with
bacteria. I need a sulfur dioxide with 2 bios. Doesn't look like we're going to get it though.
Body 6. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable with
Nope,
life.
nothing here, just
Meets
bacteria.
mapping criteria. Body 7. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable. Meets mapping criteria. System discovery complete. First body to map is 5.
My devotion brought me through. No more icy bodies cold. Here's the one.
It seems like if your internet was dying, that would cause more than just your radar to go blank. I guess that might be one of the first things that went blank, but eventually we'd figure out that things were bad. And I have high hopes. It didn't say it was undiscovered. Multiple stars are showing up on the radar. So my hope is with that many things that it's already mapped. And it's not. Never mind. So someone been here? Yeah, okay. Someone's been here, just honked and went on. They didn't map anything. Let me get further from that star before I do that. I hate this. Oh, we got a gas giant. It could be a green one, so probably won't be, but could be.
Temperature dropping fast, readings off the charts. Unknown signals ahead. This could be the start. Breaking through the
Not looking too promising. It only takes one. It's always nothing until it's something.
breaking through the void into mystery. Commander, show us what you're gonna see. Red alert from your location. Alien structures found. Data streams incoming. New worlds all around. Your heart rate's rising, but
So how do you like your Caspian?
like
I mean, you must probably do like it if you're talking about the neutron stuff. I know my squadron commander took his Caspian. He was commuting between the Beagle waypoints and going back to the bubble for some PvP, Weird Wednesday rock fighting that he organizes. So every week he would run back to the bubble. You know, it's a pretty long trip. Uh-oh, see, I didn't go. It's still behind the damn star. I didn't go far enough. Let's move off the lane a little bit.
Mission control.
It's dead center behind that star, too.
New forms of life, colors beyond our charts. First contact achieved.
Is it green? Afraid not. Moons? That's odd. Okay.
Body A2.
There we go.
Ammonia
Two
atmospheric landable with life.
bios. We got
Has
stratum
high biological
tectonica.
value.
Breaking through the void, you're making
Hi, Tony.
you showed us what we could be.
How are you doing this fine day, Tony?
Your signal's fading now, but your legacy will
I'm on my way back to Beagle Point with almost, well, by the time I do this, I'll have almost 4 billion in exo data. You're sick? Can't have that. I'm glad you're good, but you can't
Body
be sick.
A4. Argon atmospheric
Disallowed.
landable with life. Body A5. Argon atmospheric landable with life.
Taking tomorrow off of work? Well, that means you can play more.
system lost.
Body A7.
You can stream more.
Neon-rich atmospheric landable.
Running scans through void machines. Empty radar, empty screen. Just these stars and just this me. Sending signals far and wide, but no one's there.
How is the Care Bear on Distant Worlds 3? I don't know. I'm out here with them. I'm in their private group, but I'm not doing anything with them. I just been off on my own doing exobiology, and since they're going to be departing Beagle here soon, I'm getting back here so I won't be out of place for when they announce the next waypoint. I'm not gonna ride the carrier to the next waypoint unless they leave while I'm sleeping. I'll be on the carrier, but I'll beat the carriers there, wherever the next waypoint is. Yeah, I meant to do that. See, I meant to do that. Where's the damn sun? Okay. This definitely has stratum tectonica, so we will be going down for it.
Call home. Got a message from command. Keep pushing forward, understand. But they don't know what it's like out here when your only friend's the steering gear. Wait, something new? A signal I've never seen before, could it be?
You should stream Elite tonight, Tony. Give the bagels a break, or the bathtub bagels a break. Stream Elite.
Planets spinning, count of 10. Each one perfect, each one plain. Each one waiting to be named. Another system, but not alone today. Found something special hidden far
Body A2.
away.
Has high biological value.
System,
We'll see. It's up to you, I guess. If you,
discover something new to say. Something new to say. Something
I go over there. Why not? It's just as good as any spot. Any luck, this huge amount of stratum tectonica will just materialize right in front of me, like it normally does.
On the charts I know through the endless black.
This is interesting terrain.
No shows, no turning back. Just another day
Okay.
alone at the helm again.
0.28G, Commander.
Adds another dot to the endless map I draw. Past the final law, the trails I leave behind will guide 1,000 more through paths I help define beyond the farthest shore.
There it is. So they give my poor GPU time to render something.
Worlds beneath my feet, colors never named. Ancient mysteries complete, knowledge finally gained. In my ship, I press ahead where no one's been. Every reading that I take, every course I break, fills the gaps in empty space, leaves a lasting trace. The trails I leave behind will guide 1,000 more through paths I help define.
It put me almost at 3.5, maybe billion. We'll find out. Could get lucky and make it all the way to 4 billion before I get all the way back to Beagle, but I doubt it. I'm gonna start running into more and more
These maps
discovered stuff. So
find the wonders I set free. Let your fears all fade. For the path ahead is clear, though the road is long. Every star will bring you near.
alright, I found a lot of stratum
Stratum
tectonica
tectonicas confirmed
out in
present.
this area. So
Base value
That's
19.01
kinda
million.
nice.
Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
Leave behind will guide 1,000 more through paths I help define beyond the farthest shore. Signs off one last report. Shots are yours to carry on.
I don't think we're far enough yet.
Minimum
Oh, we
distance
are.
reached.
Okay.
You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Said I lose myself out here.
Be nice. Let me down.
Silent in the vast, but
Ads
our
starting in 1
distant
minute.
pinpricks burning. Each pulse, a promise I will outlast. I'm not
Mo ads incoming.
behind. The dark is honest and I walk.
Another 3 cents profit.
See what I've seen. You wouldn't know how it feels. Each mile, each thrill between. Waiting worlds turning real. I've called my name in the cold unknown. With every landing I've made my mark. This endless void is where I
Second
belong.
partial sample collected.
Show what's never been. Ignite a spark. You doubt my reasons. Doubt my aim. But out beyond your reach, I'm more than just
Not emus. I don't know. Emus might be preferable.
brush dust from forgotten moons. Raid old sun fire in a
I think that one right over there probably be far enough.
It remakes me, shows me who I am. You think fear will call me home?
distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
That was easy. Another M&M to celebrate.
Sample collection complete.
I don't know. I have not seen anything on X about that. I know Obsidian Ant posted something. He might have, I didn't watch the video though, he might have mentioned something about it though from his title. I guess that's a good thing. I'd like to get interiors, I mean, but hey. If they're gonna let you run around mega ships to do the operations, they might as well let you run around your own ship. Absorbant? Absorbant. I don't know who Absorbant is. I just saw Obsidian Ant, I think it was. But okay. I don't think I follow him on X.
Adjusting for jump.
However, I know I do see a lot of things that I don't normally see because I follow you, and whenever you comment about something, I see that. I do enjoy some of your commentary on X.
Undiscovered.
I think supposedly 9 bodies here. Let's see what's here.
Body 6. Argon-rich atmospheric landable.
Nothing. And probably more nothing.
Body 8. Neon-rich atmospheric landable.
Followed up by more nothing.
Body 5.
And cheap
Argon
bacteria,
atmospheric
basically
landable
that
black.
translates to nothing. And more nothing. 58 jumps to a Beagle. I broke down earlier and ordered another HDMI and to USB video capture. I already have one, but it doesn't really capture a 1080 at 60 FPS. It's one of those $10, $12 Chinese
Body
things.
8. Undiscovered.
The one I got, a little more expensive than that, not much. But it says it'll do 1080 at 60 FPS, USB 3.0. and has HDMI pass through, so we'll see. So I'm moving toward a multi-system streaming setup, with one PC to game on and one PC to do the streaming stuff on. I don't really need to, but just to do it on Linux, all on Linux. Worst comes to worst, I can still game on this system and just capture the output and feed it into the Linux box for encoding. Which is probably what I'll actually end up doing. Because I can run Elite on Linux, but still need better graphics cards.
Starlight fades. Commander and his feline chase the unknown through nebulae that no one's ever named. A ship.
And I haven't yet mastered or gotten all the third-party tools to run under Linux yet. There is supposed to be a streamer bot supposed to run under bottles. There's a version of that and an install method for that. I have not got Elite Observatory Core to run reliably. I've got it to run, but not to run reliably under bottles. And Caster Labs Caffeinated for Multi-Chat will run. And I think it will end up being okay, but I've got it running under Linux, but it's very, very flaky. I need to either change the runner or parameters to see if I can get it to work better. I don't know if I'm using Soda. I might need to switch to Proton.
Dust and stone beneath the foreign sky.
But I really need to get Elite Observatory Core to run under Linux, and it has to run on the same box that Elite's running on, so it can read the journal files.
Every jump coordinates unknown. Every star another reason not to turn back home. We fly beyond the horizon, where the universe unfolds. Scanning distant fires, burning stories that nobody's told.
The Caster Labs application is what I use for the chat overlay when you see on the screen when people chat. It works with many different platforms, so if I'm multi-streaming, I can use it and show both YouTube and Kick and whatever else at the same time on the same screen without any problems.
Out here in the silence.
Not even scanning the systems, I'm just jumping.
Out here in the darkness, the stars are enough. We fly beyond.
Don't plan on streaming real long tonight, so once I get back to Beagle and turn in, I guess I'll go to Distant Suns or something and use their Vista Genomics and turn in there.
Waiting to be told. We are the ones who ventured through the endless cosmic night. The card is on its smoky. We've become infinity's light beyond the horizon. We fly.
Well, this one's definitely, I think it's been visited. Let's see if it's been mapped or not. Just because it's mapped doesn't mean there was first footfalls, especially out here where we are. And has some, that's definitely not 20-something things though. Argon, one. Another Argon with one. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 bodies. How many did it say was here?
Free from what they told me. Something calls from distant stars.
Oh, 24. Yeah, somebody didn't map things.
Down inside my mind, every warning sign I pass, every boundary line I cross. Let me hear it last.
You gotta keep with the plan, folks. Map it, just don't do any
Body
first
C5A.
footfalls if there's anything good.
Argon
Let someone like me
atmospheric
come
blendable
along and
with
just
light.
use your map so I don't have to FSS everything. But no, here we are. Having IFSS it because you didn't do it.
Can't stay, won't stay.
I'm guilty of that too. Sometimes I won't map the whole system.
The silence, million miles from what I knew. Purpose in the vastness.
Sometimes I only map the gas giants.
My purpose,
When I'm looking for green gas giants, I just
something true.
Body
Every
C3.
star becomes a
Argon
witness
atmospheric
to the
landable with
path
life.
I'm blazing through. Every signal getting weaker. Every light year drawing me to what I need to be. There's no map.
could be behind the star.
No one's been this way before. There's no map where I'm going, but I can't stay on the shore. Can't stay, won't stay. Sometimes I see Earth in my dreams, so small, so far behind. But every step into unknown space proves what we can find. There's no map where I'm going. No one's been.
Almost done. Nothing here.
There's no map where I'm going. But I'm
Nothing worthwhile there at all.
my course. Never change, never stay.
Completing system scan. Stand by.
Nothing here but stars. While we're doing that, what our running total is 3.43 billion.
Jumping to next system.
So we need about 6 more stratum tectonicas to get up to another billion. Get up to 4 billion. Don't think we're gonna make it. Might find a couple more though.
Scanner activated.
Yeah, all these stars are discovered. Stars discovered, but it's not mapped, so let's put some distance between me and the star still.
Body A6. Neon-rich atmospheric landable. Body A1. Carbon dioxide
Possibly
atmospheric
stratum
landable with life.
tectonica. It's either bacteria or stratum. We'll have to map it and see. Haven't had a lot of luck with those types tonight. We'll see though.
Do you remember when we first looked up at endless space?
200 degrees Kelvin, maybe, maybe.
I took your hand, said we never stop until we've seen what the void contains. Through nebulae of purple and blue, I navigate by the stars we knew. Every system holds a mystery written in cosmic history.
It's not green.
us away from everything we used to be.
Body B4.
Are we brave?
Nitrogen
All
atmospheric
right, we have
blendable with
informing.
light.
We'll get that too.
Universe is
And the pity of Fonticula.
follow me beyond all sorrow, past the edge of who we
Where are you hiding at? There you are.
we're reaching.
We're gonna buy A1 first to see if there's stratum there or not.
Every planet tells a different tale of worlds that lived and worlds that died. But in your eyes, I will never fail. You are
What do you think? Can I zoom right by it again?
through asteroid field
I think so.
storms. We'll find the place where hope is born. Each jump we make through hyperspace brings us closer to.
Refusing to let me spiral because I'm going too fast. There we go.
Feel it pulling us away from everything we used to be. Are we brave enough to chase tomorrow when the universe is wide and far? Will you follow me beyond all sorrow, past the edge of who we think we are?
About 60% of the time it's the bacteria when it's the carbon dioxide. So we'll see if we get lucky.
In the silence between heartbeats,
On the
the gap
sulfur dioxide with the Therabus bacteria, it's about 90% of the time it's bacteria. So.
what we can achieve.
Let's hope for stratum.
Are we brave enough to chase tomorrow when the universe
And it's bacteria. Okay.
will you follow
I'm going to B4.
sorrow past the
I know there's inform in there in the Pidia, 2 biosignals. So.
for what we might discover in the depths of endless night? Will you be my fellow rover as we sail in?
I do enjoy having a skull drive. That is a good addition to this game.
Will we jet beyond the stars? Do you remember when we first looked up at endless space, calling out our names? Because it's on you out there, past the edge of known space. Curious cat cutting through nothing but void and stars. Tell me, Commander, what drives you so far beyond the map systems? When no one else goes, I'll watch your signal fade into the black unknown while I sit here waiting for word from your throne. Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon when home is calling you back? Scanning distant worlds alone, landing on alien ground. Your voice cuts through static. Another first for the long. Commander, tell me, is the silence worth it? All those empty light years, just you and your ship. I'll watch your signal fade into the black unknown while I sit here waiting for word from your throne. Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon when home is calling you back? Look, I get it, Commander. You're out there making history. Every nebula mapped, every system cataloged for posterity. But what about the folks back home? Knew you before the fame, before you came legend, before everyone knew your name. I remember when you used to say the stars felt too far away. Now you're swimming in them daily like it's just another day. Curious cat, your faithful ship carrying you through the night. While I'm here on the station watching your distant light. You pilot through asteroid fields like they just mourn.
Pretty moon and planet.
But I wonder late at night when you're alone in that cockpit. Do you ever think of home, or has the void made you forget the people who believed in you before you touched the sky? Before you came the legend that makes all the pilots cry. Commander Picard assigned the name they
Any luck, the bacteria and Funticula would be co-located with each other. Going after the bacteria and the Funticula is a bonus. There's only 3 million. It looks like we might be able to get both at the same time, so let's go.
you'll return with stories I can't comprehend. Till then I'll track your beacon, my legendary friend.
Looks good.
Picard is on you out there. The void doesn't answer back, but somewhere past the stars, you're still chasing that track. Why do you chase the horizon? Why do you chase the horizon?
.20G.
Orbital navigation guidance system online. You ask me why I chase the stars through endless black. These battle scars tell you everything about the fire inside. Can't stay grounded when the galaxy calls. I'm flying beyond.
Now, we just have some grayish, greenish smudges show up. Nice, pretty, bright circles.
Sign through asteroid fields and laser fire. This heart of mine.
Time for things to render.
Safe harbor when there's infinity to find.
It's disappointing.
You see the danger, I see the
There's a bacteria. It's usually the case. Usually the first one's pretty easy to find.
plasma's wrath. Every system unexplored is calling out my name. Can't stay grounded when adventure calls. I'm flying beyond the void tonight, past every warning sign, through asteroid fields and laser fire. This heart of mine won't settle for safe harbor when there's infinity to find. Tell me you understand.
New biological and geological codex entry. Bacterium in form M, yellow.
Now let's do a little
codex
low and
entry.
slow and see if we can find the rest.
Bacterium in form M, yellow. Bacterium in form M confirmed present. Base value 8.42 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
Train's flat over that way. Let's go.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
I'm flying beyond the void tonight, past every warning sign, through asteroid fields and laser fire. This
Let's go over there and look.
Ask me why I chase the stars. The answer's written in these scars.
Not liking this. Okay. But I'll see one here pretty soon. I'll go back up to orbit and come back down somewhere else. Let it respawn something closer to me. There we go. I'm going to hit the menu log. Nope, that's not. Haven't seen any Lapidia though. That's kind of odd.
Second partial sample collected.
Since it was pretty much everywhere on the planet, I kind of expected to see it here.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
It'd be too much to ask for it just to give me one right here.
Wild galaxies spin at your back.
But I'll take it.
You've touched every world you've found. Leaves a trail of light where no soul has
Really?
Bacardi's on. Void walker, chart the paths we'll never see. Bacardi's on. Star talker, make the unknown bow to thee. From nebulae and cosmic
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Damn. I swear those are supposed to be every 30 minutes. That's definitely not 30 minutes.
leading us toward the light. Tell me what it feels like landing where no foot
Sample
has
collection
stepped.
complete.
Now we'll fly around looking for some Lapidia for a moment, but I'm not going to waste a lot of time looking for it.
Every star you've touched,
It's below my cutoff for what I effort, but I was hoping it would be just right here, but evidently not. Let's try over that way. Yeah, okay, game. Render the squares. Nice. You can do better, game.
runs low, and the void grows.
Do, 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 do. Come on, you can do better than that. There you go. I'm definitely not seeing any lapida, or whatever it's called. And again, I could be flying over and it's just not having time to render with my slow ass GPU. Let's check that. Hey, Walker, welcome in. Oops. I'm not seeing any here. 1 minute ads? Is that what it? Oh, 1 minute. Okay. It seems like they're happening more than every 30 minutes. Let me look at that real quick.
Out here in the sun,
Automatically scheduled 3 minutes
charting every star.
per hour.
Curious cat keeps flying.
Run at 1.5
Sure how far
every 30 minutes. Let me just switch that to manual.
behind me.
Maybe that's what, because it was on automatic and it does weird things. Let me just leave that on manual for 1.5 for every 30 minutes. Let's see what that does.
They said it was a legend, a color no one sees.
All right, I'm not going to worry about this at the patio or whatever. Let's just blow this joint and go.
Believes in that breeze.
How you doing tonight, Ocker? Today. I don't know if it's night where you are.
Another barren sphere.
More narrative.
To the darkness, are you near? I'm reaching for the wonder that they say can't be found.
We are 52 jumps from Beagle Point.
Till I turn this around.
We are up to now
Empty planet.
3.48 billion credits.
Something rare and sacred worth
If I could find a few more stratum tectonic on the way back, that would be real helpful.
Curious cat keeps purring through the void so wide. Faith is my companion, hope is my guide. I've traveled past a million rocky, lifeless stones, but
Again, I think this system's been discovered. I just don't know if it's been mapped.
I'm reaching for the wonder
Let's see.
they say can't be found.
Doesn't look like it.
Forever till I turn this around.
Okay.
Every empty planet
Make sure nothing's behind that sun to piss me off.
there's something rare and sacred worth searching for. And there it is before me, jade across the black. The green gas giants calling, I'm never going back. Oh, I found my miracle,
Not going to be anything of high value here, I suspect.
my miracle, my beautiful green
Okay, when are you going to stream Elite again, man? I know you like to plow things, but come on. Tony Curtis was in here earlier, and he said something. Somebody was hinting that maybe ship interiors were going to be introduced at some point. Haven't heard anything about that recently, so that'd be cool.
Body B3A. Argon atmospheric landable with life.
I doubt it'll be that soon. If it's not done when they come up with operations, then it'll be after that. I mean, but I don't see it with just the new ship. But it would have to be a major thing. But don't haul cargo. I can be burnt out with cargo, but you're not burnt out with just sitting there plowing back and forth on a field.
That's quite something.
Not complaining, I'm just, it's all the same. However, you can put helicopters on top of radio towers, so that's cool. I do not know. Matt might know.
Primary star. Undiscovered.
Probably not till April or something, but that's just a guess. I have no idea. This system is undiscovered, so see what we got here. March or April? I don't know. That sounds about right. I just don't have a clue. I should probably pay attention to that. I applied to the Elite Partner Program. Ooh, I bet I don't get in, at least not this year. You never know. That'd be different.
Body 4E. Methane atmospheric landable with life. Body 4A. Close star proximity, Y. Landable, thin methane atmosphere. Proximity score, 1048. Methane atmospheric
What does that
landable with
mean?
life.
Proximity score.
May host a
That's a
new
new
personal
thing.
codex entry.
Step into your sidewinder.
Found bacteria. What kind of bacteria?
400 billion waiting. Pick a star, that's where you start.
What kind of atmosphere has it got?
Jump drops humming. Pilots Federation calls your name. Every credit earned is freedom burning. Every
I'm looking at the Elite Observatory to see if there's anything on effort. There is possibly tussock there. Nah, I don't think so. 7 million if it's actually there, but I'm not going to worry about it. Cerebus. Ah, must be the sulfur dioxide world.
Maybe you're an explorer, scanning worlds nobody's seen, or a pirate in the shipping lanes, the most notorious and mean.
If you don't use like SRB survey or
Primary star.
Elite Observatory core, something that
Undiscovered.
gives you a clue of what it might be in advance, you're missing out. Yeah. It's always worth checking out sulfur dioxide with 1 or 2 biosignals. One biosignal, and sometimes it's possibly bacteria or stratum tectonica or cucumis. If it's 2 biosignals, that's what you want. You want sulfur dioxide with 2 biosignals. The sulfur dioxide with 2 is always bacteria in some type of good stratum. Either cucumis for 13 million or tectonica for 19 million, or maybe 15 million and 19 million. Tastes good though.
Every junc's a revelation, every choice is your possession. The Milky Way's your carnival, the cosmos your stage tonight.
Well, now when you stream, you can be sure to crank your bitrate up to 6 kilobits for Twitch. If you had to crank it down, I had to keep mine down lower when I had my DSL. I can go much higher than that. I did 12 on YouTube testing. So normally when I multi-stream, I multi-stream at 8 kilobits to kick into YouTube.
Amazing. That's quite something.
Oh, cool. Good deal. Now, Cerebus is like 1.65 million base value or something.
Through the frame shift gate I fly. Commander's bird and star-crossed sky. The curious cat.
And if you find bacteria in a nitrogen atmosphere, it's always informing bacteria.
Soul has scanned.
And if you find bacteria in an oxygen world, it's Volu. And that pays well also. I didn't notice the count here, didn't it? But we got never mind, we got a full radar, so it's obviously been mapped. What do we got here? No first football. Carbon dioxide with 6. Huh. Nitrogen with 1. That's going to be informing bacteria. The unriched, nothing. So this one with 6, probably not going to, I probably won't have anything on it that I'm interested in, but it'll have a bunch of good things, but they're probably just not high value enough to mess with. That informing though, I'll go get. Let's scan this real quick and see. I don't want to scan the whole system, I'll just scan the individual planet here. One of these two.
Body 2A. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
Okay. Just because this place is mapped, there's no first footfalls. That's what I was saying earlier. The closer I get to Beagle, a lot of explorers have already been through here, but they didn't. They were either in Horizons or when Odyssey came out. They were exploring, doing cartographic data. They weren't doing exobiology, so they didn't do first footfalls. Didn't do and stuff. So you're good. Now this has 6 bios.
That could end our days.
The question is, do I want to effort this or not? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different items there. The Aliota and the Concha, what normally drop off. And those are the higher paying things, but that Tubus 7.77. Let's just go map it and see what's there. If that Tubus is there, we might go get it real quick. And that's 2A. Oh, it's right there. It's already targeted. Then we'll go find that informant. Do, 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 do. I'm just blowing off speed here. That would have been fun in VR. Probably would have gotten sick doing that in VR. Okay, let's see real quick what's actually there. What drops off the list? Okay, lost the tubus. That's what I wanted to go after. The tubus. Okay, let's just go get the informant. I was thinking about getting the Aliota, but yeah, let's go get the informant. I didn't even FSS it. I just know that if it's nitrogen with 1, it's going to be informant, but we'll find it. If it's, it should be bacteria. Yeah, I know, I'm taking my time. That way I can drink some coffee and stuff.
Star charts and scanning beams, far past where others dare. Each pull
I'm going to start expediting my travel more so I can wrap up fairly soon.
empty spaces call, and I must answer all through.
That means less scanning and more honking and scooping.
Trace what lies behind the veil, further than charts can show, past where the known stars fade. Every system's glow, maps that must be made.
Dog. Dog.
Been seen before.
Dog is licking herself, slurping away. I don't know if y'all can hear that or not. It sounds disgusting.
Cosmic roar,
The dog distracted me. It wasn't my fault.
where no light's been seen before. Each world unknown.
Body 5. Auto-scanned nitrogen atmospheric landable.
That's informant.
Ships log another dawn on planets strange and new. Ancient mystery spawn.
As soon as it auto-scanned it, the observatory popped up, or BioInsights popped up and said it's informant.
As stellar storms ignite through quantum drives and void black seas, I chart what others left behind. Further than ships can sail, past where the brave turn back, following stellar trails down every astral track, where the light's been seen before.
Looks like the moon almost.
Make my home, breaking through the cosmic roar. Always more to roll, when a light's been seen before. Each world unknown, alone, alone.
Uh-oh. Muffed it. If I'd gotten a better shot on the backside, it would have been, I would have had it. Nerfed it there.
In the vastness I am free. Every star's a destiny. Light years can't contain my flight into the endless night. been seen before. That's where I make my home. Breaking through the cosmic roar. Always more, always more. Where the light's been seen before. Each world unknown. Alone.
I usually stay away from craters when I'm looking for bacteria, but when it's all full, I don't know. Let's go over there. Point 38 G. Oh, it's gonna be hard to see against this background.
New biological and geological codex entry. Bacterium informem, cobalt. New codex entry. Bacterium informem, cobalt. Bacterium informem confirmed present. Base value 8.42 million, minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Yeah, this is going to be more challenging. It's going to be hard to see on this terrain. Come on.
Second partial sample collected. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Holy cow. That was easy. Big old patch of them.
Sample collection complete.
Scanning through the black
What are we done here?
on my screen. Every beat comes back, showing what's unseen. Moving closer now, feel my heart expand. Something calls to me, just beyond my head. First eyes on forever, stretching far and wide. Every new horizon burns deep inside. Let it shine, let it
They should have put us at
stars keep counting down.
8.52 billion. 3.52 billion. I should say billion. 3.52 billion.
Where no soul has led.
I need just 5 more, or 4 more stratum tectonicas and make it to 4 billion.
Every signal sends chills down to the bone. First eyes on forever, stretching far and wide. Every new
I'm gonna take the DOG outside here in a little bit.
Ad starting in 1 minute.
Good. I'm just gonna keep jumping. I'm not gonna scan for a few minutes. Get a few jumps out of the way.
something new is calling.
It's hard though. Yep, we got lines here.
Watch the boundaries fall. First eyes on forever, stretching far and wide. Every
I'll look at the map
mountain burns
just to see.
inside.
Nothing anyway.
Another signal comes through tonight from somewhere past what we know. Your voice
45 more jumps.
bright as numbers data flow.
Are you sure it's a neutron star, not a white dwarf?
Message that you send our way lights up another charge.
Well, I guess if you're using a Caspian, you probably know what you're doing when it comes to that.
As you venture far.
Okay.
Yeah, I figured that. I forgot you were in the Caspian doing neutron jumps. Yeah, you probably were quite aware that it's a neutron or not.
Comes alive, breaking barriers untold,
21 bodies.
making history.
Blah. What did I say about I was going to just not scan things? It's hard. It's hard not to scan things.
The black with colors we've never seen.
Let's see what's on the radar. Okay, I'm not going to scan things. There might be some good there, but there's no gas giants or anything.
Back you chase what might have been.
There's no Earth likes, no gas giants. I'll probably just keep going.
Growing every day. New systems spring to life.
Adjusting position.
We plot each calculated way. You call through space and time. Every star you touch turns to gold. Every world you find comes alive.
Whoa! See how close those two stars were? Wow.
Making history thrive. From this station I watch you soar. Beyond what we dreamed before. Your courage lights the way for those who come someday. La la la, beyond the stars we know.
They look pretty close together, but we shall see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 stars.
Every star you touch,
No landables with atmospheres. Oh well. Okay.
find comes alive. Breaking barriers untold.
Tell we're heading out closer to Beagle because the stars are getting sparse.
Vectors.
And sparse stars mean explored stars, most likely.
Combine.
Already have things on radar. Look at the map, see if there's anything exciting. Okay. No first footfall. Upper docks, I would too. What do you want to bet? Why do you want to bet there's Straton Tectonica there? I would almost bet my ship. There is. I know there's stratum there. Whether it's most likely Tectonica and bacteria. It may be Cucumis though, but we'll see. So we're going to get one more stratum, and there's no first footfall there, so let's see what the game tells us here. Let's see if I can- Well, I'm pretty sure it's tell me.
Body A2A.
It's
Sulfur
Cucumis.
dioxide atmospheric landable with life. May host a high
That's
value
still
biological.
16 million base value, so. Oops. We will go get it. It's like, what, 80 million? So that's cool.
Through the void I see your light, breaking barriers day and night. Every signal points the way.
I like the fact that the system was already mapped. I didn't have to do a bunch of FSSing to find stuff.
The beacon burns eternal.
I said, don't give up hope out here just because things are discovered. Doesn't mean it's first footballs and stuff.
Between the stars and savage hearts, we forge our path to glory. Your spirit guides us through the dark. We live to tell your story. Mining wealth from cosmic stone.
Oh, nerf that.
Where danger makes its haunting
Body A2A. May host a high-value biological.
Pirates circle far below. But nothing stops your endless flow. The charts you made will never fade. Each discovery displayed between the stars and savage hearts. We forge our path to glory. Your spirit guides us through the dark. We live to tell your story. In ancient light we find new life. New horizons calling. Beyond the edge of time and space, pioneers are falling. But you showed us how to rise again, how to face the unknown's grace. Now we follow in your burning wake, through infinity's embrace. Between
0.38G,
and savage hearts,
37G.
paths say will never end. Your spirit guides us through the dark. We live to tell your story.
And this should be relatively large green things. Very easy to spot.
Day 47 in the black. Commander's log entry. Stars calling beyond the rim tonight. Charts spread across my cabin floor.
New
Unmarked
biological and
systems
geological codex
waiting.
entry.
Stars calling,
Stratum
stars
cucumesis,
calling
lime.
to push
New
further
codex entry.
out. She
Stratum
flies
cucumesis, lime.
alone out
Stratum
Cucumesis.
cucumesis
I'll never
confirmed
remember how to
present.
say that. That's a
Base
cucumber.
value 16.2 million. Minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Week 12 since last station. Fuel running thin again. Stars calling from systems unexplored. Landing gear hits alien ground. First human steps here. Stars calling.
Second partial sample collected.
What secrets will we find? She flies alone out there through dangers yet unseen. Stars calling, her courage burning bright. Watch her go, into the endless dawn. Stars calling, stars calling, stars calling, stars calling.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
I think that's probably it, but I'm gonna go a little further. Is it Cerebus bacteria? I don't want to be sure I don't double back. I don't know if I've doubled back or not. We'll see.
Stars calling, stars calling, stars calling, stars calling. For those who dare to venture where. Stars calling, stars calling, stars calling, stars calling. Watch her go, into the endless dawn. Stars
Come on, game. Thank you. And make sure we've gone far enough. We are done here. This system.
Sample collection complete.
Gives us a running total of 3.6 billion. Only 400 million more. Could happen.
Scanning stars far past the known. Each one a fire, chance of fight. I feel the charge across infinite ground. Commander, hear me now. We won't turn around. We command the stars. Hearts set on the line. No fear in the dark. Together we shine. Command the stars. Past every unknown. Hold fast in the void. We carve out our own. Media tales and warning signs. Gravity wells, the unknown in view. Enemies lurking where the light bends. But nothing breaks through when I fly with you. Planets below, deserts and seas, our ships are haven carried on cosmic breeze.
Kin body's already mapped, it looks like.
Silence and sound. Commander, lead
sulfur dioxide with nothing, carbon dioxide with nothing, sulfur dioxide with 1, carbon dioxide with 7. No first falls on anything, so we'll just go ahead and FSS all 7 real quick. Oh, no, we won't either. Make stars small.
Body 3.
Possibly,
Sulfur dioxide, atmospheric
possibly
flammable
stratum
with
or
life.
bacteria.
Body 4. Carbon dioxide, atmospheric landable. Body 6A. Carbon dioxide, atmospheric landable with life. Has high biological value.
That's all I need to map. I don't need to map the rest. So we'll go to 3 first and see if that's stratum or if that's bacteria. Most likely the bacteria, but hey, sometimes it's not. Maybe stratum tectonica. Let's go find out. Do 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 do. Do 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 do.
I see a question in the stars tonight, wondering if the void will swallow light. You think these journeys pull me far away? They think these journeys pull me far away, but every system.
Perfect placement. Let's see now. Interesting color for sulfur dioxide.
My ship is stealing me away. The curious
Okay, some bacteria.
but every night
We'll go map 6A, but I'm not confident that I'm going to effort anything there.
just another verse in our shared song.
Out of curiosity, see what drops off the list there. Actually, nothing's going to drop off the list. Damn it, I looked away from what I was doing. I was looking at the screen over there. But nothing's going to drop off. There is some 2 types of concha that could be. So there's Aleota for 6.28 million. And osseous. We'll go with the Aleota. I'm not going to worry about the other stuff. Aleota is usually pretty easy to get. Even the tussock is 3.47 million. Now one of the conchas is 4.57 million, but there's 2 types it could be, so we don't know until you actually find the concha and scan it to see what kind it is.
You are here.
Body 6A. Has high biological value.
Wow. Well, the conch ought to be easy to find if you can find the blue spot. Huh. Now I'm curious. Let's go see if the conch starts showing up down here. Conch usually is in rough terrain.
Another jump through hyperspace. The curious cat and me.
Aliota appeared to be everywhere, so
Every system down for what
I'm not seeing any blue spots yet.
they say it's out here somewhere.
Wow.
Thousand stars. But all I find is ice and stone. Dead worlds and
Am I missing something somewhere?
how many rocks can one girl take? How many frozen spheres?
Wow.
I'm talking to my dashboard now. The cat's the one who
I thought it was conch. Would be in the rough terrain, but not seeing any blue.
every skin comes back the same. Brown and blue go by. Why can't I find you? What did
Oh well. Hopefully there'll be some alligator right down here.
jumping, but the search goes on and on. Another rocky bell.
I know there's some concha here. It says there is, so
Seashell.
that has happened before. I actually went around to the dark side because the blue stands out better on the dark side to find them.
Ship's computer mocks me.
It's just going to be a pain in the ass planet.
System mapped, uninhabited
A lot lower though.
again. My patience nearly snapped. The cat is getting restless now. I swear I hear her sigh.
2G.
One more boring planet.
This type of alligator usually be easy to spot,
Just tell me
and you only have to go like 150 meters. Yeah, so we'll just plop down right here and walk between them.
the curious cat keeps jumping, but the search goes on and on.
Wait. Landing gear deployed. What's that signal? Could it be? Spectrum reading.
Green frequency. There's my green gas giant. Finally, I see. The curious cat was right to search across the galaxy.
I'm curious. After I get this alligator, I'm gonna go back up to orbit and try on the dark side to see if I can just see any blue spots for the concha. That's weird.
Green gas giant. You're
Okay, where are we at? We got some behind us. Let's get that first.
now. We made it through. Another rock.
Meters matter, so we're gonna go to the furthest side of this. Okay, since meters matter, we'll go over here.
Station doors unlock. The dark release is yours. 1,000 burns.
New biological and geological codex entry. Aleoida coronimus, teal. New codex entry. Aleoida coronimus, teal. Aleoida coronimus confirmed present. Base value 6.28 million, minimum sample distance 150 meters. First partial sample collected.
Meters matter.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample. Second partial sample collected.
jump drive hum beneath trade routes or war zones or silence.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Maybe if we hold the scan a little longer.
Sample collection complete.
I know you're staring at me, dog. I can feel it. Go lay down. I'll be done soon. Go lay down. Dog's going, you might want to take me outside any time now. Alright, let's go up and see if we can see the concha. I'm not going to go after the concha now. I just wanted to see. I'm curious.
Every star, you decide how far. Launch into the black and claim your name. Nothing will ever be the same. The universe awaits your.
We do have that already selected.
You can have it all.
Let's go around to the dark side.
You can have it all. You can have it all.
Fly dangerous.
Let's go out a little higher. Well, I'm not seeing any. Glad I'm not looking for the concha.
Ads starting in 1 minute.
Just another day out here. Stars keep moving.
Done this before, and it turned out to be a really little spot.
The radio's so quiet now.
No, we're not. We're out of here.
My head somehow.
All right, let's go. We got our Aliota.
Recording thoughts and lights beam through the vast eternities. Missing what I left behind. Floating
Okay, and that brought us up to 0.64. I think that's probably going to be it. I'm just going to beat feet back now
star yesterday. Map the cold,
so I can wrap up my stream.
but these walls feel closer now than they've ever been.
Or I could just be right back and go to the bathroom and take the dog out, but yeah, rather wrap about it. Don't want to be too greedy. I think over 3.5 billion is plenty.
Each day they're harder to find. Recording thoughts and light speed through the vast eternities. Missing what I left behind. Floating free. Floating free. Log amendment. Sometimes I forget the sound of rain, the weight of gravity, the touch of. Mission status still on course, but something changed in me. All this space between the stars shows what I can't see. Recording thoughts at light speed through the vast eternities, missing what I left behind. Floating free. Commander Picard, the sun signing off.
Scan starting. Stand by.
Where's the stars?
Fields of hope beyond this world. My heart beats fast as engines hum. The void calls out with ancient songs. I know that I'm the chosen one. Each star ahead holds mysteries that no one else has ever seen. I'm breaking free from gravity. Nothing can hold me down. I am starbound, flying true, past the edge of all we knew. I am starbound, made for this. Every risk I won't dismiss. Through the dark between the suns, I'll keep going till it's done.
This raid won't take too long to do 40 jumps.
Alien skies stretch endlessly. I scan each world with careful eyes, recording what I've come to see. The universe is mine to chart. I'll map the paths that lead to home. No fear can slow my beating heart. I was born to roam. I am starbound, flying true, past the edge of all we knew. I am starbound, made for this. Every risk I won't dismiss. Through the dark between the suns, I'll keep going till it's done.
Completing system scan for cartography.
When others said I'd never make it, I just smiled and took my chances. Every world I visit changes how I see the vast
There are
expanse.
no stars.
Running from my past, I'm creating something new. I am starbound, flying true, past the edge of all we knew.
Just imagine the original explorers out here with 30 or 40 light year jump ranges. How they'd have to pick their routes. Much more challenging than nowadays. All these systems are discovered. At least the last series has.
Another system on my display, numbers and charts day after day. I Press on through the black, no way to turn back. Just me and the stars mapping away. The sun, it grows low as I drift without sound. As
Wimpy star for scooping.
sound, shining a void between stars, finding my place among Mars, making my mark in the dark, shining a void between stars, between stars. Oh, sailing through time. La la la, making these stars mine. Each blip on the screen becomes clear.
Completing system scan.
Worlds that no one's seen from here. My mission goes on, Earth's memory gone, but somehow I feel like being here. The vastness surrounds as I make my rounds.
32 more jumps.
Between stars, finding my place among Mars, making my mark in the dark, charting the void between stars, between the stars, between the stars. Sometimes I wonder what they'd say. Back home looking up my way. But every new sun that I see reminds me this is where I should be. Charting a void between stars, finding my place among Mars, making my mark in the dark, charting the void between stars, between the stars, between the stars.
Primary star. Undiscovered. Body 2. Landable with high gravity. 2.31 g. Body 4. Massive ring.
All these stars, mine.
Oh, we must check this out. It's undiscovered. Massive ring. All right.
Stars stretch like highways, empty space ahead. Radio static fills the silence. Another jump into the black. Another jump into the black. Fuel gauge running low tonight, but I keep pushing through. Asteroid field on the scanner. Another jump into the black. Another jump into the black. They said I'd never make it home. They said the void would take me, but here I am still flying.
Body 4B. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
Very similar to the last place I visited.
Body 4F. Sulfur
Ooh,
dioxide
Recepta.
atmospheric landable with life.
And Tessex
May host a
stigmatus.
new personal codex
Oh, yeah, we'll
entry
go
that
there.
has high biological value.
Tessex stigmatus pays the same
Body
as
4E. Carbon dioxide atmospheric
Stratum
landable with life.
tectonica. Sorry, dog. Gonna be a delay.
Another jump into the black. Another jump into the black.
That's not the massive ring, is it?
Into the black.
Only gas giant it must be.
Body 3A. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life. Body 3C. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life. Body 3B. Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
Makes me who I
Well,
into the black.
we are going to... Oh, don't click that. We are going to... Going... For F. It's got 4 bios. 1, 2, 3, 4. Good deal. So there's Recepta there and Tussock, which both pay very well. And Tussock's the highest paying Tussock around. So. For F it is. And who doesn't like finding Recepta anyway?
Another jump into the black. Another jump into the black. Another jump into the black. Into the black. Another jump into the black.
See if we can blow by this one.
Into the black.
So this would be about 130 million just by itself. I'm gonna go right by it. I even had control there. Has a moon. These are dark place, isn't it? We want the Recepta and Tussock.
Body 4F. May host a new personal codex entry and has high biological
Well,
value.
with any luck, the Recepta and Tussock will be near each other. Let's get the Recepta first.
Through the black beyond the stars. Engines burn, we're breaking far. Warning signs flash red and bright. But I push through into the night. Systems unknown, scares alive. Every pulse racing to survive. Free and pirate praise, but they'll never clip my spacebound ways. Born to break past every line. All these stars are yours and mine. Chart the course no one has tried. Feel the fire deep inside. Deep inside.
0.24G.
Precious metals. Pirates on the radar screen. Quick to jump.
Something.
Thrusters max and weapons hot. Diving through an asteroid lot. They won't catch this shit today. Already plotted my escape. Born to break past every line. All these stars are yours.
We only have to go 150 meters. We might get lucky and get all of them in one spot.
One has tried. Feel the fire deep inside. Deep inside. Caught between the void and flame.
Now, I'm kind of concerned I don't see any tussock around yet.
In this high stakes game.
But we'll find it.
Warning lights and sirens.
It pays too much. We have to find it.
But freedom's worth more than it seems.
We got some there, some there, some
Power low.
there, some back there. Some back there. Yeah, we should have no trouble. Start over there and work our way around.
Born to break past every line. All these stars are yours.
New biological and geological codex entry.
Shot the
Recepta Delta Hedronix, Gold. New codex entry. Recepta Delta Hedronix, Gold. Recepta Delta Hedronix confirmed present. Base value 16.2 million, minimum sample distance 150 meters. First partial sample collected.
past the edge of what they know. This commander's ready to go.
I'm actually looking for tussock. Those pulses, but I don't see any.
Minimum distance reached.
Meters
You've
matter
traveled
here,
over
so I'm going to go to the
150
far
meters
side of
from
this and
previous
hope
sample.
that group over there is, that's probably too close actually.
Alone among thousand stars,
We'll see.
commander of destiny. Curious cat, my soul takes
Second
flight
partial sample collected.
along the sacred way. The universe calls to me with its voice eternal.
Oh well, we're going to go for a walk.
Frameshift drive, take me to infinity without a leap into hyperspace.
Probably could have planned that one a little better, especially my positioning of where I landed.
Level up of the infinite blue, toward the stars I go, searching for light.
And after we get this, we'll just go back up to orbit and come back
Minimum
down,
distance
looking for
reached.
the tussock.
You've traveled over 150 meters from previous sample.
Nebulae of many colors sing their silent song. Scanning, getting every sun, each life getting discovered, while worlds await me.
Sample collection complete.
Familiar skies, frame shift drive, take me to infinity without a leap into hyperspace, where the heart is finally free, the free.
I'm going to check over there at the base of these hills before I come back up to orbit just to see if the tussock's hanging around over there.
Searching for light, searching for light. In the solitude of space, I find my truth. Every planet, every star is my immortal legacy. Brave navigator of the celestial sea. Friendship, try take me to infinity without.
Gosh, if I find that Tussock, it'll give me 3.8 something billion.
Finally free.
Where's those hills at? I saw.
Of the infinite blue, toward the stars I
Go over here and look around a minute. Well, that's the ground. It's not the ground.
always searching for light.
One thing bad about Tussock is it sometimes doesn't render until I'm right up on it.
Forever among the stars.
Receptors everywhere though. Yeah, okay. We'll go up and come down where the receptor's not, and hopefully it'll just be Tussock.
The card is in, I see you there, beyond the stellar veil. Your engines pulse like heartbeats through the cosmic tail. Each jump you make through hyperspace ignites a fire in me. The way you chase horizons that no soul will ever see.
All right, Matt. Well, thanks very much for hanging out. Appreciate it. Protects a flea from you. I know. Lenticular slowly moonwalker spin in place. That sounds odd.
As you map another world, commander of the starlight, watch your legend be unfold.
All right, where is it? Protects receptor.
Every planet that you find leaves a beacon for the dreamers.
All right, let's just try over here.
So chart the void, my fearless friend. Let courage be your guiding star.
Sounds weird. Protects a flea. That, I don't know. I'd reboot. I've had some weird things happen too, though. I had a lot of video stuttering and stuff earlier, way worse than normal. We're good. We can get down here and find this and get busy. Back on our jumps.
Before the dust kicks up like stardust at your ship's metallic roar. You stand
When I go to bed, I'll park on distant suns just in case they take off somewhere. I don't know.
pioneer of wonder in the endless cosmic night. The nebulae
Okay. Well, are you viewing my Discord? Post them in the Pics for Stream channel. Got cool pictures of things.
your ship's computer cataloging each marvel that you see. Commander of explorers, you're the hero I would be.
Feel free to post any pictures you want. Well, game-related pictures, or cat, or pet related. There's bacteria. Come on. I really have to wait for it to give a chance for it to render, because it's a pain sometimes for me. That looks weird. Is that just rocks, or is that that's something? What's this?
When the fuel runs low,
I think that's what I'm looking for.
threaten to consume.
Let's see, this protects, oh.
Turning fear into
I'm looking at pictures of it. I think that's what I'm looking for, though. Let's find out. Hi there. How are you doing? Yeah, that looks like... Let's just land and scan it and see.
I hear about this pilot flying far. Someone brave enough to chase a distant star. They say he goes where no one.
So it actually moved away from you? I've never had that happen, I don't think. I've had weird things happen that didn't completely render or something at first, but never had anything like as you described. We have to go 200 meters for this, but let's just see if this is what we're looking for.
New biological and
Yep.
geological codex entry. Tussock stigmaces, line. New codex entry. Tussock stigmaces,
It looks
line.
like it may co-locate with the
Tussock
bacteria, and that'll make it
confirmed
much easier to
Base
spot
value
if that's the
19.01
problem. But we'll
million.
have to go 200
Minimum
meters, so
sample
let's
distance
see.
200 meters. First partial sample collected.
With his steady hand, mapping out the strange and foreign land. And I wonder what it feels like
Looks like some more over there, some more over there,
to push
some over there. You still draw weapons on plants? Alright, you say so. We'll just walk over here and get it. Well, this patch looks like it might be big enough to get both of them. Let's start at one end and come right back. A big old patch.
Ads starting in 1 minute. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 200 meters from previous sample.
Maybe I could find my place in this vast infinity.
Trying to go to the far side of this patch, which looks like it's a big enough patch to get both. Yeah, that'd be cool. Feel free. This ought to be far enough. If not, we'll find some more. Hard to believe this pays the same as Stratum Tectonica. Not
Second
complaining.
partial sample collected.
Aha, maybe. Maybe. Maybe not.
small heart beating on the console while a million stars
Whatever works.
for electric in the dashboard light. Commander's hand upon your spine as the
Cool
galaxy
beans, we're done.
Sample collection
you
complete.
watch the nebulae drift by tonight. Smoky guardian of the curious cat, your purr against the endless black. Tiny sentinel where danger flies. One small soul beneath infinite.
Ads will end in 1 minute.
Through the fear, you remain, you're always here. Brave companion, loyal eyes, watching over paradise.
Oh, landed right on this bacteria.
Sleeping while the scanners hum. In the quiet hours before the sun, your presence holds the darkness back. When alarms begin to scream,
Okay, I'm gonna have to go to 4E and map it.
void attack.
Oh man,
Smoky guardian,
4B.
curious cat.
There's a reason for that.
You'll burn against the endless light.
It's very, very unlikely, but look at the Elite Observatory output. This Aliota here. It's saying it could be a new galactic codex entry. If it's actually there, it's probably not. It also says it's extremely unlikely. And also the stratum on there. I'm probably not going to check 4E then. I'll just go ahead and check. I'll go map 4B real quick, or scan it, map it real quick just to see what's there. 1, 2, 3. It's very unlikely that it's going to be there, but let's find out. And if this stratum does turn out to be there, then I'd be very surprised. I've never got a new galactic codex entry before, but we'll see. It's 4B. Again, I don't expect it to be there, but hey, you never know until you look. I've actually not seen that too many times in the Observatory core. Oh, you can actually, if you can just post them in the channel that's called Pics for Stream. You have a role for that. Well, you shouldn't have any trouble with that. Let me see.
Standing at the helm, my hands begin to shake. Looking through the glass at stars so far away. They told me not to go, to stay within the lines, but something pulls me forward. I can't leave this behind. What lies beyond the edge of everything I've known. Each signal getting
You shouldn't have any trouble getting to the Pics for Stream channel.
my heart beats even faster as I navigate. What lies
Hey, Mark Gamer.
beyond of everything I've known. I'll chart the path that no one's ever
Okay, I'm just headed to this planet.
free from gravity. I'm on my own.
4B, because Elite Observatory Core has got 2 listings here that could be new galactic codex entries. It also says it's very unlikely, but hey, I'm not going to take the chance. I'll go see real quick and map it real quick and see if it's there or not. Probably won't be. How you doing tonight? Whoa, Jesus Christ. I did just now turned off the Super Cruise override too. Okay. Batting 1,000 tonight, let me tell you.
Just makes me more spellbound. What lies beyond
I'm getting codex entries, but I've never. I mean, I've only seen it a couple of times. Elite Observatory
silence, but
with the little gold or the Lord Orange Diamond.
fear turns into wonder.
It also says very unlikely, but there's 2 of them here in the single planet, so I'm gonna try. We'll see.
I'll chart the path.
I mean, what's the worst that can happen? I map it and then you drop off the list, and then I continue on back to Beagle Point. I'm like 30 jumps from Beagle Point, and I have about
Everything I've known.
$3.8 billion in exodata.
To fly, every boundary crossed, every
The orange diamond means
leading me to this moment in time when I could show how to touch the sky. What
possible new galactic codex entry.
everything I know, I'll chart the path that no one's ever shown.
As opposed to just a new codex entry for you. I guess that means that nobody has found it in this region.
Beyond the edge of everything I've known.
But again, I'm sure it'll drop off the list. I've only seen this one other time before, and it dropped off the list. I was like all excited, but 2 planets have listings like this, but we'll see. And if it doesn't drop off the list, then I have to go down and find it, I guess, to get the actual entry. So I'll do it, especially if it's Aliota. That Aliota would be easy to find. I find that hard to believe. I just found Aliota. But what? Oh, it's amethyst. Maybe that's the color or something. I don't know. That must look at that massive ring. When I jumped in the system and scanned it, it said massive ring. That is one big ass ring, isn't it? That is a big ring. Holy cow.
Push past pirates in pursuit.
Damn.
This mission drives me to proceed. Stars around my solid
Well, you do know when you use bioinsights. I did not know this. You probably do know it, but if you click on the species name, it shows you a picture of it.
dark.
I did not know that, and I tell this story a lot, but I was looking for a certain type of Aliota, I think it was, and I kept finding what I thought was tussock. I said, oh, that's tussock. Man, that tussock is everywhere. And Matt G was in my chat and goes, click on the species name and it'll show you a picture. And I did, and I said, oh, that's what I thought was tussock.
Mining metals pure.
And someone else said something, and I said, what? There's a legend that explains what all those things are?
Never seen. First footprints on this frozen land.
Oh, and you can't see it. If you click the information, this about thing, it shows you a legend of what all those symbols mean. And I was like, oh, well, damn, duh. I mean, like, that's like read the manual, you know? I did add Mark, I can't remember his name, Mark something, the other day, gave me a script to add to the Observatory Explorer
Every star holds a secret.
global custom criteria file. And now my Elite Observatory core
Flash bright and red.
tells me that when I enter a system and honk it and stuff, it'll tell me if it's discovered or not and stuff. And it adds a couple of other features that normally it doesn't do, and that was pretty cool. Yeah, picks for stream. Picks for stream there, Matt. I do not need to go to the daylight side for this, just to map this. Yes. I'll put Elite Observatory core up and you can see it drop off the list.
Every star
Since it says very unlikely. Only a couple of times. Normally when it says very unlikely, I just, didn't even check things. I just go, okay, it says it's very unlikely, so it's not going to happen. And one time there was a system that had several planets that had a bunch of those. And I went ahead and mapped them anyway, and a couple of things that said very unlikely actually showed up. So we'll see what happens. Like Mark said, just very unlikely just means that. It doesn't mean impossible, it just means unlikely. Let's watch what drops off the list here. This a drop off, this a drop off, probably a Concha drop off. Here we go.
I know someone flying
Yep. They dropped off.
in a ship called Curious Cat, where the stars run
Oh well.
wild and free, they left home with simple questions.
Had to try. Had to try. Let's press on.
They send back shows us worlds that can't be done. But who's out there in the black tonight? Who's pushing past the fear? Who's writing down the
I'm going to expedite now. I was trying to wrap up. No, I'm not going to check the other body. The other body just has a stratum thing. I'm sure it would drop off too. So, especially since there's only 2 bio signals and it's listing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5 different things. So even if it wasn't very unlikely, the odds of it dropping off are pretty high anyway. Since there's only 2 bio signals.
systems where 3 suns are humming, every landing on a foreign world, every scan of unknown life.
Primary star. Undiscovered.
Another undiscovered already.
Who's out there in the black tonight? Who's
As I get closer to Beagle, that's more and more unlikely to find an undiscovered star. So
for years and years?
only 8 bodies here. It'll only take a moment.
Curious cat, making jumps through time.
Might get lucky and find more stratum. I found that tussock, whatever it is, the highest paying tussock while ago. It pays the same as stratum tectonica, so I
Body
had to
2.
go after that. Oh,
Sulfur dioxide.
possibly
atmospheric
stratum
landable with life.
tectonica.
Meets mapping criteria.
Nothing.
Body 1. Sulfur dioxide atmospheric landable. Meets mapping criteria.
I only need about 3 or 4 stratum tectonicas or equivalents to get to 4 billion. In less than 4 days. That'd be nice. 3 billion in 3 days is pretty good.
Body 3.
There's stratum
Sulfur
tectonica.
dioxide atmospheric landable with life.
Okay, so we're gonna go.
Has high biological value.
3 definitely has stratum
System
tectonica, and
discovery
2 possibly
complete.
does. So we'll go map
First
2.
body to map is 1.
We'll go to 2 first, just to see if it's there. And we know we got it on 3 'cause there's 2 bio signals there. So this would be another 95 million. I'll probably go zooming back because I'm looking at the total here. I have 3.81 billion, so this will put me over 3.9 billion if there's only 1 stratum. If there's 2, that'll put me real close to 4 billion. I want to get back to Beagle and park on distant suns and go to bed. That way, if I'm asleep or whatever, and they decide to depart for the next waypoint or something, I will be on my way with them, and then I will depart distant suns and go manually take them manually to the waypoint, but I won't get left behind, you know. I would just stay on my squadron carrier, but I don't know if Cal's going to be moving the carrier or not. Because he usually gets to the waypoint way before the distant worlds carriers arrive, and I get there before everybody pretty much. I've gotten at the last all the waypoints so far. I've been like one of the first persons there days in advance. How you liking Bio Insights though? Is it helping you? It really helps me a whole lot. Can I remember Mark something's name that was in my chat? He was real knowledgeable about like, I did not know that stratum tectonica has never been found around a class M star. I was going, my gut tells me that's wrong. But he goes, no, they never found any stratum tectonica around, you know, a primary type Class M star.
Every night.
And I was like, maybe that's why I don't use, I don't filter, I filter out Class M stars because they have crap usually. But I haven't found any Electricaea either. That's probably on the star filter that I'm using. I have found some Recepta though.
Mapping
Okay, we got
complete.
bacteria, so
Next
no
body
joy
to
there.
map is 1.
Now we go to 3 and we will get the stratum tectonica.
Once you feel its power, you can never turn back. Commander Barkadashan charts another course.
Taking a sip of my coffee.
Against all odds and warnings, following this force. New worlds keep appearing, just beyond my reach. The distance doesn't scare me like it used to do.
It's too bad. It would have been nice to get 2 stratums here. That would have put me right at 4 billion.
Every star pulls me further into the great unknown, breaking past the boundaries that kept me safe at home. There's a force that guides me through the endless black. Once you feel its power, you can never turn back.
Hey. I'll go around to the daylit side because I know I'm going to be going down on this planet.
So far, but they've never felt the calling, never chased a distant star.
All right. I'll look at them in a second. I'll look at them right now. Hang on. Oh, those are nice.
Into the great unknown, breaking past the boundaries that kept me safe at home. There's a force
Well, that's a cool crater there.
through the endless black.
What the hell is that?
Once you feel its power, you can.
That looks like it's on your ramp. Huh. Oh, I guess it's at the foot of the ramp. It looks like it's almost on the ramp. It wasn't a crater? Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I've had some weird things showing up by the way it was rendering stuff. I guess I could be nice and do this for those of you who aren't in my Discord.
Past the last star. Ship cuts through space. The maps don't go. It's gone too far.
So you're saying that's not that crater is just that may not be your internet doing that. There's been weird things happening. That's just some kind of game weird thing. And that looks so weird. It looks like it's on your ramp though. That is so cool. Yeah. Yeah. That's definitely some flaky stuff going on there. Only time I've ever seen wireframe like that was when I was on the 2 moons running that collide, and I got pinned in between them, and I went inside the surface of one of the moons. It was weird. That's weird stuff, though. Okay. Huh. Cool. Thanks for that. Thanks for sharing that. Yeah, that's the right mark. That's the right mark. That's him. Thank you, Mark. I cannot remember his name. Well, if anybody's interested in that stuff or want to post some pictures, join my Discord. If you're not in my Discord, it's real easy. Just go here. It's a very low volume Discord. Trust me on that. Feel free to post any cool pictures you want to share. I might steal them and put them in my slideshow. Just fair warning. And Mark posted in my Discord, I think the script and some pictures of some statistics and stuff.
Mapping complete. Next body to map is 1.
Okay, we're going after
Body
the
3
stratum, of course.
has high biological value.
Over there.
He's gone too far past the last star.
I've charted courses through the dark, where asteroids dance and plasma sparks. My ship cuts through.
It's amazing. There are some really smart people involved in this game that do things for mods and add-ons and stuff.
The galaxy awaits. Beyond these pearly gates, I am the forerunner, breaking through the night.
0.38G or 30G? 36G.
Burning satellite bright in this endless space. I will never die. La, 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 across the Milky Way. La, 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 I'll find another day. Through rocky rings and meteor storms, I carry on, my spirit transforms. Combat sirens pierce the silence deep, while enemy ships surround me sweep. But courage flows within my veins as pulse lasers break their chains. Discovery waits beyond each jump. My heart beats like a plasma pump.
Come on, just land.
The unknown calls to me. Across infinity, I am the
Some extremists, huh?
forging paths where others fear to fly. Commander of the stars, burning satellite bright in this endless space. I will never die. La, 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 across the Milky Way.
Well, that's cool. Dark there, though.
I'll find another day. See up commanders in the black. When you're flying solo, never looking back. Thargoids in the distance, an addiction threat. But I got my wits and my Corvette set. From Beagle Point to Sagittarius, A-star. I've been places that would leave you scarred. Running in the ring, string records. Fight fights in the neighborhoods. My reputation.
That's pretty cool.
Legend that the spaces tell. Dans l'immensité de l'espace profond, je vole vers un avenir fécond. Les étoiles me montrent le chemin vers un destin en place.
Cough there. Sorry, guys. And why couldn't I land? What was the problem? Is there a zip tie here or something? You the problem? Jeez.
I will never die.
Really? Why is it so hard to land here? It's the Mandalay.
We'll find another day.
Stratum tectonicus confirmed present. Base value 19.01 million, minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected.
We are never alone.
I did not notice it, so let me check something real quick. Okay, I want to make sure I got the first football. Okay.
I call you forward past the pall of charted skies. Each unknown horizon, moving rivers of the wise.
Minimum
Starlit
distance reached.
veins unravel
You've traveled over
constellations in
500
your
meters
sight.
from previous sample.
You reach for radiance, undaunted by the silent bite. Through silver storms and sapphire spirals I implore. With every echo, every daring drift, there's more. I see you scan the endless, scan the trembling blue, where midnight mariners would turn you.
What's that extremist pay?
on through. Are you afraid? I ask. Your knuckles
Most of those things don't pay a whole lot, I don't think.
whisper. How many vanish in the night?
Wait, that's not true. Usually I think some of them pay 7 or 8.
Fire you ignite.
I don't know. You'd know though.
Ascend above the aching arc. Ascend where ancient worlds embark. I watch you rise again.
Second partial sample collected.
Ascend, become what you remain. Ascend, ascend, my fearless friend, ascend. I call to you across the filament of fate. Thrusters blazing courage, you
Ah, okay. No, it's not bad.
meteoric
Not bad at all.
spirit sings so strong. Rugged ridges
Ads starting in 1 minute.
this is where you belong. And
Minimum
as the
distance
silence
reached.
howls,
You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
shots of wonder tearing everything to mend. Shot the chill of midnight, where rush eclipse
I'm never going to get the Beagle if I keep finding stuff.
your shifting how tomorrow.
I just want to get over 4 billion now before I get back to Beagle.
I sigh, the worry in our eyes, yet you carry on relentless towards unmeasured prize. You always answer with the force that never dies. Ascend, ascend above the
I'm so close. Now,
raging multiplies.
Sample collection complete.
Become what you remain.
that put me at
Fearless friend, ascend.
3.905
Lay a legacy.
billion.
Beacons burning, yearning, casting trails in crooked lines. I say ascend inside this tide of time.
You know what I'm going to do while I'm here?
Ascend!
I'm going to get this bacteria. Not going to pay much, but it, along with another stratum tectonica, will give me over 4 billion, I think. Since I'm here. My dog is snoring. It's so cute.
New biological and geological codex entry. Bacterium cerebrus, green. New codex entry. Bacterium cerebrus, green. Bacterium cerebrus confirmed present. Base value 1.69 million, minimum sample distance 500 meters. First partial sample collected. Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
And watch me not be able to find it. There's some, okay. Well, welcome back from the ads. According to the
Second
Twitch
partial
thing.
sample collected.
There's an empty seat beside me where you used to curl and sleep while the galaxies turned slowly and the void was cold and deep. Now I fly these routes alone through the black between the suns, but I swear I hear you breathing in the way the engine hums.
Minimum distance reached. You've traveled over 500 meters from previous sample.
Free across the sky, I see your shape in nebulae. Every time I'm passing by, the cockpit feels too quiet, but I keep the thrusters bright. You're chasing stars now, smoky, and I'm right here, still in flight. I remember how you'd watch me plot the jumps from world to world, your green eyes catching starlight as the hyperspace unfurled. Every station, every waypoint carries traces of your grace. Now you're scattered through the
Sample
cosmos,
collection complete.
and I see you every place. You're chasing stars now, smoky, running free across the sky. I see your shape in nebulae. Every time I'm passing by, the cockpit feels too quiet, but I keep the thrusters bright. You're chasing stars now, smoky, and I'm right here, still in flight. Sometimes when the silence settles, I can feel a phantom purr rising through the hole in metal, like you never really were. Gone, just waiting up ahead at some coordinates unknown. So I'll keep on pushing forward till I finally find you home.
Interstellar travel mode engaged.
You're chasing stars now, smoky, running wild across the sky. I see your shape in nebulae. Every time I'm passing
Just one more stratum tectonica. Maybe a
Body
little
A.
bitty bacteria to
Ancient
get 4
star.
billion.
Type G H
Ancient star.
13.03 billion years.
13
B.
billion year star.
Ancient star. Type M H 13.03 billion years. Body A1A. Parent has high angular diameter from body.
Well, looks like this is map. Let's see if there's anything good here. Get this on the road. Get done. No first footfall. Let's see. Methane negative. 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 Nothing good here. Okay.
blaze ignites your ship against the black, no turning back. Charting paths untamed, where no one dared to aim, through storms of stardust bright into the night. Racing past the astro.
You know, Mark Gamer, I want to find an oxygen world with 3 bio signs.
Will the stars remember your name when eternity's fade? Will they speak of your flame?
The reason I say that is because I only know 3 things so far that I've found in oxygen worlds. Quanticular fluctus, why I've seen it. Volubacteria and stratum tectonica. There must be other things, but I've never seen them yet.
Breaking through the endless miles, where mystery beguiles. Will the stars remember your name when eternity's fade? Why your name? Will they speak of your flame?
This would probably be disappointing. 3 stars.
Deep within the spiral
Has
of
it been mapped completely?
you shot the
Of course not.
unknown shore.
Oh, maybe it has.
Cosmic sands,
Nothing good.
guides those who dare to chase the endless frontiers called beyond.
Yeah, I've never found it in the wild. I've seen it. Like I said, I went and saw it, you know, and scanned it, but it had already been discovered. But I went to see it just because I may never find it in the wild. So I wanted to say at least I'd seen it before, you know. It's kind of like a green gas giant. I've seen green gas giants. I've just never found one. I'd love to find one.
Analyzing.
Oh man. I need some planetary bodies to find some high value items so I can finish up.
Beacons in the dark, your lasting mark.
25 jumps left to Beagle. Gotta find something between here and there. Put me over 4 billion.
Far beyond the last outpost point, breaking past the limits they drew. Every star I see calling me into spaces brand new. Deep in the night when the engines pulse, the screen shows paths on.
16 bodies.
My heart beats with the
3
stars
stars.
ahead, as through the dark I glide. I'm racing past the borderline.
If it said map, see if someone's done all the work.
Finding planets no one's seen, making each one my own. Every scan, every jump I take leaves my mark on space. In this endless universe, I'll find
Ah, bummer.
my place.
Argon with 2.
Surface scan shows something rare. Life signs on a distant sphere. First contact made, history changed.
I would switch to economy mode between here and Beagle, but I suspect it would make no difference since the stars are so far apart here.
Finding planets no one's seen, making each one my own.
Things on radar already.
Take space. In this endless universe, I finally found my place. They said the stars were too far, but I had to know what's out there.
Adjusting for jump.
Each system holds a sign that says Picardison was here. Mission log shows countless worlds, each one with its own tale.
Data incoming.
Charts and maps mark where I've been. As onwards
Somebody's here. Maybe.
racing past the borderlines into the great unknown, finding planets no one's seen, making each one my own. Every scan, every jump I take leaves my mark on space. In this endless universe, I finally found my place.
Man. Check that out. Oh.
Between the rocks and stars tonight, scanning wide and deep, my ship's lights catch the crystals bright. These treasures I will keep, moving slow, precise and strong, where no one else would dare. Found my path where I belong, in this endless air. The distance calls my name, no map can show the way. Each moment not the same.
21 jumps, is that right? The Beagle.
In fields of stone, I found my throne among the cosmic dust and light. What others fear, I hold so dear.
Someone map me something good here. Oh, no one mapped it. Slackers. Okay. Fine. Get away from the star a little bit.
Red alert, they're closing in. Quick moves through asteroid rain. Trust my skills and discipline. Break free from their chain. Every blast lights up the black, but they won't catch me here. Leave no trace, no turning back, as threats disappear. The distance knows my game. Each move I make today, no two paths quite the same, as patterns lead the way.
These icy bodies are going to cut it.
What others fear, I hold so dear, my kingdom in the night. In the night. It's mine to find. Beyond the belt, beyond belief.
Oh well, not going to be anything here.
Body A3A. Neon-rich atmospheric landable.
Reading signs that you can find. In fields of stone, I found my throne among the cosmic dust and light. What others fear, I hold so dear, my kingdom in the night. Strap into this cockpit, steal and fire my home. Through asteroid field spinning, make this
13
journey
bodies, but not that on radar. Let's see if anybody in the system or not.
something calls
No.
me forward.
Who is the slackers to not doing their work?
Void is cold and endless, but I won't turn around.
Just get away from the star.
I stand my ground. I'm dancing with the danger in the space between the stars.
Maybe there'll be a green gas giant.
I'm dodging metal shards. You think I'm
Oh, it's
just
not
a
green.
pilot, but I'm something so much more. I'm the one who writes chants that you've never heard before. I've seen the rings of Saturn tear apart a dozen ships while cannons roar like thunder and my targeting the system grips. You ask me why I do this, why I risk it all each day. 'Cause someone has to venture where the others turn away. The void is cold and endless, but I won't turn around. The laser fire surrounds me. I stand my ground. I'm
Not
dancing
green.
with danger in the space between the stars. Trading
Body
shots with
3A.
pirates.
Carbon dioxide atmospheric landable with life. Body 3B. Carbon dioxide
Nothing of
atmospheric
high
landable with life.
value. I'm getting desperate though. Not that desperate. I would rather go to Beagle Point with 3.99 billion.
How I carved my name
Go after stuff like that.
Every battle scars a story. Every close call makes me strong. This is where
to next system.
I belong.
Hoping to make 4 billion before I get to Beagle.
I'm dancing with the danger in the space between the stars. Trading shots with pirates while I'm dodging metal shards. You think I'm just a pilot?
Beagle Star.
I'm the one who legends that you've never heard before. I'm the ghost that haunts the void. I'm the fire in the night. I'm the commander of this darkness, and I'm winning every fight.
No mandibles with atmosphere.
Never heard before. In the silence of my cockpit, tracking your path through infinity.
Did not mean to be streaming this long tonight, but it's taking me longer to get back to Beagle than I'd intended because I'm finding stuff.
Gathering information.
We fear to seek beyond the void where stars speak. Every star knows your name, Commander. Every star knows your name. Through the cosmos you reign, Commander. Every star knows your name. Every star knows your name.
7 bodies here supposedly. Guess not.
Into the night. Your transmissions paint the darkness with tales of worlds no one has seen. Pioneer spirit, breaking barriers, making
Body 1.
history.
Meets mapping criteria. System discovery complete.
Bah.
First body to map is 1.
Every star knows your name. Through the cosmos you reign, Commander. Every star knows your name. Every star knows your name.
Systems mapped and planets scanned. First footprints in the alien sand. Moving fast through hyperspace. Setting records none can trace. Databanks filled with your finds. Inspiring all our kinds. Commander B, they speak of thee in stations through the galaxy. Your ship's signature in the dark, like a celestial landmark. Breaking through what holds us back. Leave stardust in your track. I watch your signal growing stronger as you venture.
Your first stratum of the day, single stratum. You'll take it, yeah. Well,
Every star knows your name, Commander.
yeah, pretty much always. I never turned down stratum tectonica. I turned down a lot of stratum painless and stuff, but
Cosmos you
not
reign.
tectonica. Let's see.
Every star knows your name. Every star knows
There are not 3 bodies on that map. Jeez, what is wrong with people?
Into infinity, your light guides me.
Body 1. Landable with high gravity. 2.79 G. SRV disembarkment only.
Really? You can't walk around on the 2.7 G planet? IG planet? I did not know that. Never tried before. Where are you hiding at? Not behind the planet, right? Or the star.
Frameshift drive charging.
Vectors. Faster than light velocity reached.
Thought I lost the M&M. That's right. That's exactly how I use BioInsights. I look at it and go, there's nothing there worth it for me to go after, you know.
Scanner activated.
Depending on my particular mood that day, you know, but usually 7, 8 million or so base value or lower. Sometimes it's 6 million, but if it's Aliota or something sometimes, but or if it's just something cool. It says 10 bodies. Let's see if there's 10 things on the map. Good, there is. No first footfalls. That's a good thing. That's argon. That's not a good thing. Argon rich is nope. Neon rich, nope. Neon rich, nope. Neon rich, nope. Okay. What do you mean? It kind of depends on how it's been going. There have been times that I go, I'm not finding crap, so I'll go down for even bacteria, just so I don't go back to the carrier or to go to turn in with nothing. You know. But if I'm doing well and, you know, I'm finding several stratum tectonicas and stuff, and I go, okay, I've already got enough. I'll be happy to go back and turn in, and you know, I've made my minimum. Let's say 3 hours, 300 million or something. You know,
By your command.
I get real picky after I start doing well. 16 bodies. We got A couple of things on radar, so maybe somebody mapped something here. Definitely they did, but there's nothing here to go get life for, so 15 jumps to Beagle.
Jumping to next system.
But I have to admit, I was
Scanning for information.
much less picky before I made Elite 5. Once I made Elite 5, I mean, well, everything you make in exo-bio, money-wise, is, doesn't count for anything except for spending it on something, Class F White Star, I've got high hopes for you, next system. You hiding some informant or good tuba something?
On the cones, static storm.
I would too. I mean, I might never make it Elite 10, but I wish I'd open it up and at least you get to have some type of goal, I mean, when I made Elite 5, I'm like, what do you do now? That actually bothered me. I was like, what am I going to do? I mean,
Ads starting in 1 minute.
nothing here. 20 stars. More ads coming up.
Through the dark, you break new ground. Every horizon calls your name.
And again, the closer we get to Beagle, the more likely things are going to be explored and or first footfalls and stuff,
First to see brand new suns, charting path one by one. Strange new worlds underfoot.
Well, I haven't had a long Raven tunnel yet today, so why not? Haven't had any snake errors either, so
Through darkest space, no matter
I only had the menu log one time to disembark.
every horizon.
Nothing here.
Every horizon calls your name. Every horizon calls
12 more jumps to Beagle.
new ground. Every horizon calls your name. You showed us all that we could fly past every wall up to the sky.
Ads running again.
You set us free. Every horizon calls your name.
Again, nothing but stars.
Every horizon calls your name. Every horizon calls your name. And through the dark you break new ground. Every horizon.
Well, if I'm gonna make it to 4 billion, it's okay if I don't. It was that close.
Adjusting for jump.
knows your name.
Less than 100 million away.
call my name through silent space.
16 bodies.
Void, I find my place. Distant suns burn beyond the edge. Nothing holds me to any pledge. In the darkness between worlds, I am home.
Let's see. It's be fully mapped. No. Definitely not fully mapped. Shows a little bit of promise.
No gravity chains my wandering soul. I am void born, the darkness makes me whole. Black holes sing lullabies, ancient and deep, while pulsars keep time as I drift and leave. The nebulae cradle me in cosmic dust. Silence teaches what I always must. In the darkness between worlds, I am home, where the universe unfolds. I am void born, child of empty space, infinite expanse.
What a world.
No gravity chains my
That was mapped.
makes me whole. Others fear the emptiness, the space between the light. But I was made for moments when planets leave my sight. The void doesn't take from me, it gives me what I need. Freedom in the nothingness when my spirit's finally free.
Body 4C. Methane atmospheric landable with life. Body 4D.
Humbug.
Methane atmospheric landable with life. May host a new personal codex entry.
Nothing of value.
I am void born, child of empty space, infinite expanse, my heart's embrace. I am changed by ravenous soul. I am void born, the darkness makes me whole. I am void born, the shore that my feet stays, Bensonian stage, my wants embrace. No gravity chains my wandering soul. I am void born, the darkness makes me whole. In the silence, I belong.
I have 6 bodies.
I am strong.
We have 6 on the map. Yes, and there's no landables with atmospheres.
I reach for the void that calls my name. I reach for the planets yet unseen. I reach for tomorrow's burning flame. The curious cat beneath my hands. The curious cat, my faithful friend. The curious cat through endless black. The curious cat until the end. Every system holds a prize. Every world beneath these skies. Every danger that I face leads me to my rightful place. I am the one who goes beyond. I am the one who dares to fly. I am the one who breaks the bonds. I am the one who touches sky. Through nebulae and asteroid fields. Through all the perils space can yield. I am the one who never yields. I scan every surface, every moon. I scan every signal in the void. I scan for the wonders still unknown. I scan for the silence I've enjoyed. The cockpit hums with all my dreams. The cockpit holds my beating heart. The cockpit knows my restless soul. The cockpit's where adventure starts. Every system holds a prize. Every world beneath danger that I face leads me to my rightful place. I am the one who goes beyond. I am the one who dares to fly. I am the one who breaks the bonds. I am the one who touches sky through nebulae and asteroid fields, through all the peril space can yield. I am the
FBI, open up!
Wake up. Rosa Tequila is raiding. Forcing 19 victims to suffer through your stream.
Welcome in, Rosa. I'll be ending here pretty soon. On the way to Beagle Point, I am 7 jumps away. But I'm hoping to find about $100 million more exobiology. I have 3.9 billion to turn in, and I'm trying to get to 4 billion. But we'll see. I don't think there's anything here. What's the honk value here? I got distracted by your raid. Hope you're doing okay. Okay, there's nothing here. Actually, I'm in the private group for FleetCom, but I'm actually probably going to switch to solo before I go to Beagle, because I don't want to lose this $4 billion. Not that anyone's going to gank me in the FleetCom group, but you never know. Just to be prudent. But I've done this in like 4 days. I made $4 billion in 4 days. So it's been a good little outing. I just was out here with the Distant Worlds 3 people and just went off on my own for a few days and trying to get back before they depart. Yeah. And there's no... You know, everybody complains that everything's explored out here by Beagle Point. That's true, but there's no first footfalls on most of these things. So just because it's mapped, that just saves me the trouble of having to FSS everything. What are we down to? 6. Yeah, but I'm... Look at that total, 3.914 billion.
Amazing.
Starting out on the 12th of February until now. So I'm having fun. Thank you, Anonymous. I thought you went to bed. Thought you said you were falling asleep earlier. 24 bodies here. Well, there's bound to be some life here, right? It's gotta be high value life though. No atmosphere. Well, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that, Quads. There is no atmospheres here. That's no fun. No joy there. Had a good time tonight, though. I'd actually had planned on just streaming for a couple hours and just beating feet to get back, but I keep finding things
Vectors.
up until now.
Maximum velocity engaged.
Nothing here. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and switch now before I forget. Give me a moment. Once I get done on Distant Suns, I'll switch back to Fleet Com. Not that I don't trust the gankers to behave in the PG. I don't. I should have just went in my private group. It doesn't really matter.
Starting to forget who I used to be. Breaking transmission, lost in position, light years behind me. No one can feel too far from home, too far from home. Too far from home.
My poor dog has been wanting to go out for the last hour. Take her out to go potty, and she's been so good. I've been telling her just a few more minutes, just a few more minutes.
Adjusting for time.
Almost done, dog.
Amazing. That's quite simple.
Did not intend to stream this long. Keep finding stuff. A bunch of things here. Now let's see what's on the map. Let someone else do the work for me. Alright, we have an atmosphere. Oh, we got first footballs. That's no good. Some sulfur dioxide, of course. Okay. That's kind of expected. The closer I get to Beagle, the more I expect more first footfalls. Not just mapping, but all the Distant Worlds 3 people are going to be out nearby looking at things and going, oh, there's no first footfall there. There's sulfur dioxide stratum. I know I would. And I have many times. Let's get this over with. And we have first footfalls here too. Carbon dioxide 1. Ammonia with 3. I bet there's a first footfall there. Yeah, baby. Okay. Yeah, 2 jumps away. Might as well call it a night. It's okay. It's only 100 million credits away. I'm not too disappointed. I skipped so many moderately valued things going to the high value things. If I would have just got a couple of those moderately valued things, I would have made it, but oh well. I really didn't expect to find this much stuff on the way back.
System scan, stand by.
Something calling from the stars. Every morning.
Nothing here. That's good.
Burning in my heart. What's out there beyond this world? What's
There's Beagle Point. I've already been to Salome's Reach. If y'all haven't done that, if you're out at Beagle Point, if you haven't been to Salome's Reach, you need to do it. It's the furthest point you can go from Seoul in a ship, and get that off your bucket list, because I guarantee 6 months from now or some other time you'll go, man, I was out there and I should have done it then. Now I have to go all the way back out the Beagle to do it. Alright, where's the nice carrier at that I want to go to? Distant Sons of Work. Someplace that's got Vista Genomics. And after I turn in, I'm going to end my stream. We'll be raiding somebody else. Thank you, Demon Face. Appreciate the follow. You guys get to see me turn in. See how much money I make. Put more of this money on the carrier's balance so it can run for in perpetuity. I guess I have enough credits to buy a course. I mean, what is the new ship? Caspian, when it comes out from in-game credits. Any idea when that's going to happen? When that's supposed to. Where's my sound? Game is good. I'm eating M&Ms. If I'm streaming, I have to have M&Ms or popcorn or something. Almost, dog. Literally 5 minutes. Dog, man, I can't show you the dog's face. She is just looking so innocent at me. Like, I'm gonna go right here if you don't hurry up. You notice I'm only at 98% hull because I dropped out of Super Cruise accidentally a couple of times. Also did a nice cartwheel scraping the ground, but that didn't drop my shield, so that was good there. I'm not going to turn my cartographic data, that'll just take too long. I'll do that later. We'll return in my Vista Genomics stuff though. After I get back from taking the dog out, I'll turn in my cartographic data. That'll be many pages. One thing though, I'm in solo now, but if I was in the FleetCon group and you actually run into other commanders on the carrier, that's kind of unique. You know, I'm not used to dealing with other people in real life, but in game usually I'm out in the black all by myself, and I may or may not have my carrier with me, but I'm not used to really interacting with people.
Commander, your words still guide me now.
I miss all the NPCs on my carrier. Like this one, there's no NPCs. After some update, all my NPCs disappeared, except for the people working behind the desk. Yes. Just give me money. 380 base value for this page. 1.9 billion. It should have been way more than that. And those are all first footfalls and stuff. I've been ripped off. Yeah. Aha, we're not done yet. That's weird. There's 2 more billion. Okay, that may be everything. Let's try it one last time just to see. Okay. That's better. Yeah, that was 3.9 billion something. Okay. I was worried there for a minute. I was like, that's $2 billion I'm missing. 2 billion credits. We're good though. All right.
Every jump into darkness brings light.
I'm rich. I'm rich beyond dreams. If only it was true. You rode in on Rose's raid. Hello, great unclean. Welcome in. Nice to meet you. You know, you can join my stream without coming in with Rose's raid next time. You're more than welcome to. Alright guys, who do y'all want to raid now? Because I'm going to end my stream and call it a night. I turned in my money. Did I not? I thought I repaired a while ago. Huh. I don't even know who's streaming currently right now. Let's see. See who else is on at this time of morning. Any suggestions, guys? Who should we raid? Fiery Toad's on. The announcer's live. He's playing Star Citizen. Not a whole lot of people on right now. Heard Nerd Gaming is kind of popular with some people. Any suggestions? Anybody? You'll remember this? Good. What can I do to make it more memorable for you? What's Fiery Toad doing? Can't really tell. Looks like he's exploring. I think Curd Nerd Gaming is also, well, he's manufacturing stuff. He's not doing exploration. Alright, let's just raid Fiery Toad. Anyone care? I mean, no one suggested anything, so that's who we're going to raid, Fiery Toad. I would say we could raid Raidman or somebody, but he's not playing Elite. We'll raid Fiery Toad. You guys go say hi, and I will start the raid and start my exit music. Thanks so much for coming in, Rosa. Thank you very much for the raid. And Unclean, nice to meet you. Demon Face, also. Anonymous, as always. Quad. Mark Gamer. A lot of other people that I have no idea I can remember. But at any rate, commanders, y'all fly dangerous, and I will start the raid during this music.
Fly dangerous through the killing dawn. Fly dangerous, reaching for death. Hunt across the void of black. Credits burning, no way back. Target locked in scanner's eye. Chase the prize or fall and die. Engines scream through astral fields. Legends written, bridges burn. Space demands your everything. On the don't reach you now. For such a